The soft parts of the day settling and the rest of the world fading into the background, let's ease into this idea of a first civilization, not the first humans, not the first toolmakers we've dug up from the fossil record, something older than that. Something that might have looked at an empty earth the way we now look at painting them, and why. The idea isn't about secret ancient technology or hidden cities beneath the ocean, though those images always capture the imagination. It's more about the possibility that intelligence didn't begin with us, that evolution might have produced something capable of understanding the world long before the earliest human ancestors left footprints in the mud. The Earth is more than 4 billion years old. Intelligent life as we know it, humans with language, tools, art, questions, and the ability to wonder about our origins is only a few 100,000 years old. The gap between those numbers is enormous. If you compressed Earth's history into a single year, humans would appear in the last few minutes of December 31st. Everything else, every species rise and fall, every shifting continent, every ecological upheaval would happen long before we showed up. When you look at it that way, it becomes easier to imagine that maybe, just maybe, something else could have arisen earlier in the timeline. Something that thrived, evolved, flourished, and faded so completely that all that remains of it is the faintest sense of mystery in the geological layers and in us. This isn't about rewriting history or replacing science. It's about sitting quietly with the spaces in what we know, the parts of the timeline that contain gaps larger than entire human civilizations. When we talk about the earliest known societies, we usually mention places like Göbekli Tepe or the first Sumerian cities, things built maybe 12,000 years ago at most. But if you look at the timescale from the point of view of the Earth itself, 12,000 years isn't even the blink of an eye. The ground beneath us has been reshaped countless times. Oceans have risen and fallen, continents have drifted, entire mountain ranges have come and gone. If a civilization existed millions of years ago, the landscape could have erased nearly every trace of it. Erosion, tectonic shifts, volcanic activity, and natural decay work slowly but relentlessly. Over spans that stretch into millions of years, even the most durable structures could crumble into minerals indistinguishable from surrounding rock. But deeper than geology, deeper than the erasing powers of the planet is a simpler question. If something came before us, and if we are in some way their successors, how would we know? Maybe the answer wouldn't be in artifacts or ruins. Maybe it would be in us, in the sudden appearance of complex language, in the leap humans made from basic tools to symbolic thinking, in the strange moment in our evolutionary path when the brain began growing faster than expected, in the legends from every corner of the world that speak of beings who taught early humans how to survive, how to grow food, how to look at the stars. Stories of visitors, mentors, or creators appear in cultures that never met each other. It might be coincidence. It might be the human mind seeking patterns. Or it might be a faint memory of something older that shaped us in ways we don't fully understand. And that's where this slow exploration begins. Not with certainty, but with a gentle sense of wonder. A willingness to imagine that if humanity was created or guided by a civilization long before us, they might have been driven by curiosity rather than control. They might have looked at early life on Earth the way we look at a sapling, not yet a tree, but with all the potential to become one. Maybe they saw something in us before we became fully formed, something promising, something worth helping along, not in a dramatic way, not with grand designs. More like a nudge, a shared idea, a small spark given to minds just beginning to wake up. This idea doesn't need to assume advanced technology or impossible feats. It could be as simple as knowledge passed from one species to another, behaviors observed and mimicked, early humans noticing something older and learning from it. Or it could go the other way, where the ancient civilization wasn't around long enough to see what we became. Maybe they disappeared for reasons we still see around us in nature today. Environmental shifts, diseases, changes in climate, natural extinction events. If they vanished, They might not have meant to leave anything behind, yet traces of them could exist in subtle ways, in habits, in instincts, maybe even in aspects of how we think. As we drift forward in this exploration, the point isn't to decide whether any of this is true. It's simply to imagine a world where intelligence didn't begin with us, and where the story of life includes chapters far older than our first ancestors. The calm part of the mind doesn't have to solve anything here. It just listens, pictures, and lets the idea settle the way a soft blanket settles around the shoulders. There's something soothing about imagining that we're part of a longer lineage than we realized. Not just descendants of early primates, but perhaps inheritors of ideas from lives long forgotten. If you picture the early Earth as we usually imagine it, the scenes often feel familiar. Forests spreading across continents, ancient animals moving through open plains, oceans filled with creatures whose shapes seem strange but recognizable. These images come from textbooks, documentaries, and museum displays, shaped by fossils and geological layers. They show a world slowly building toward the arrival of early humans. But it can be strangely easy to forget just how much came before us. How many ages rose and fell before our species even existed? The timeline of life stretches so far back that the portion involving humans could fit into a tiny sliver at the end, almost an afterthought in the planet's long history. When you step back and look at the scale of that history, the idea of a civilization older than memory doesn't feel like a bold claim. It feels like a quiet possibility hiding behind the sheer amount of time during which life has existed. Most of the Earth's past is a story without written pages. For billions of years, life developed in ways we can only infer from preserved fragments of shells, traces of ancient shorelines, or patterns locked inside minerals. Even the fossil record, detailed as it seems, represents only a tiny portion of what once lived. Hardly any organisms that ever walked, swam, crawled, or flew left behind remain solid enough to fossilize. Most vanished without a trace. Entire species may have lived for millions of years and left nothing we can see today. So when we imagine a civilization that could have emerged long before the earliest humans, we aren't challenging what we know. We're acknowledging the wide stretches of what we don't. Consider how we understand our own origins. The oldest known human-made structures go back only several thousand years. The oldest recognizable tools stretch back hundreds of thousands of years. The earliest signs of art, symbolism, and organized thinking appear perhaps a little further than that. But these moments, as monumental as they are to us, still sit extremely close to the present compared to the lifespan of the planet. If the entire history of Earth were represented by a long walkway, the part involving humans would be a small step at the very end. Everything before that step contains events, species, climates, and ecosystems beyond anything we can easily imagine. When you think about it this way, the idea of something intelligent arising before us blends quietly into the unknown corners of that walkway. To imagine a civilization older than memory, start with a simple question. What would it mean for something to be forgotten so thoroughly that no trace remains? It might sound unlikely at first, but nearly everything humans build would disappear given enough time. Concrete breaks down, metal rusts, plastics degrade. Entire cities could be overtaken by forests or turned to dust by erosion. Over long enough periods, landscapes change completely. Rivers carve new paths, mountains rise and fall, volcanic activity covers entire regions, ice sheets advance and retreat, grinding the ground below them. If a civilization arose millions of years ago rather than thousands, the transformations of the Earth could erase nearly every physical sign of its existence. There's a calm logic to that idea. When we find fossils, they're usually preserved because the surrounding conditions were perfect. A creature died in exactly the right place, under the right sediment at the right moment. Most life doesn't get that opportunity. The same applies to any structures or artifacts. They would need exceptional circumstances to last longer than the materials they were made of, and even if something survived for a long stretch of time, erosion could still wear it down until it blended into the surrounding stone. A carved monument could become a weathered outcrop. A series of walls could turn into a pattern of oddly shaped hills. Without context, without clues, the features might look natural. This doesn't mean ancient civilizations definitely existed. It just means the absence of evidence isn't quite the strong statement it might seem when we remember how unforgiving geological time can be. The distance between the present and the age of dinosaurs spans tens of millions of years. The distance between us and the earliest complex animals stretches even further. Across those spans, entire oceans have appeared and disappeared. Continents have torn apart and collided. Entire climates have shifted. If intelligence evolved in one of these earlier epochs, their world may have been so different from ours that even if a fragment remained, we might not recognize it for what it was. One idea sometimes explored by scientists is the Silurian hypothesis, a thought experiment about how we would detect a pre-human industrial civilization. The obvious signs we associate with civilization, roads, buildings, tools, would almost certainly be gone. The remains that might persist would be chemical traces in the soil or atmosphere, things that last longer than stone. But even these traces could be masked by natural processes. Volcanic events, asteroid impacts, and cycles of glaciation could wipe out most industrial signatures. And if the hypothetical civilization was not industrial as we understand it, the clues would be even harder to identify. This concept isn't intended to claim anything existed before us. It simply shows how the question sits comfortably within scientific curiosity. When thinking about an older civilization, it's important not to jump toward images inspired by modern cities or science fiction worlds. Intelligence doesn't have to build skyscrapers or spacecraft. It doesn't have to produce factories or wires or anything familiar. It might act more like highly organized animal groups do today, forming complex social structures that don't leave obvious artifacts. It might focus on communication or collaboration rather than construction. The forms intelligence takes depend on environment, biology, and necessity. If a species became capable of understanding patterns, observing the world, and shaping its surroundings in subtle ways, that alone could constitute a civilization. Our definition doesn't need to be restricted to what humans do. Even within humanity's own timeline, we see how fragile traces of early complexity can be. Many cultures existed long before they wrote anything down. Their stories, knowledge, and identities lived entirely through oral traditions. Without a physical record, modern researchers are left piecing together clues from scattered remains. Thousands of years is enough to obscure nearly everything. Millions of years would do far more. So when we imagine a civilization older than memory, the picture isn't of lost temples or mysterious devices. It's a quieter thought. A species learning, adapting, organizing, and eventually fading away as naturally as species often do. To visualize such a civilization, start not with structures but with environments. Picture the Earth long before humans, covered in ecosystems that no longer exist. Forests with plant species we've never seen. Oceans filled with life shaped by conditions that have since vanished. The air containing different balances of gases, even the color of the sky varying slightly depending on the era. In this world, intelligence might arise not in the context of human-like society, but in the context of whatever pressures existed then. Perhaps a creature adapted to dense forests needed to solve complex problems to survive. Perhaps a species navigating shifting coastlines developed communication methods beyond instinct. Maybe a group living near geothermal vents built behaviors around cooperation, passing on strategies that changed over time. None of this requires anything extraordinary. Intelligence is a natural outcome of evolution under the right circumstances. We see hints of it in animals today. Certain birds solve puzzles in ways that surprise researchers. Octopuses show curiosity and problem-solving ability in environments with no obvious reward. Dolphins demonstrate awareness and complex communication. These abilities appear independently across unrelated species. They aren't unique to one lineage. They arise when the environment encourages them. Over long enough spans, these abilities could develop further. There's no rule that says intelligence had to wait for primates. It might have emerged millions of years earlier in a different form and disappeared when its world changed. Imagine a species that developed a stable way of life, one that didn't require large settlements or towering structures. They may have moved through their environment in a way that left minimal marks. Their tools, if they used any, might have been made from organic materials that decayed quickly. Their interactions might have been based on shared knowledge rather than physical construction. Over time, their population might have grown, then declined due to natural cycles. If they faced environmental pressures they couldn't overcome, they might have adapted, migrated, or simply faded away. And the traces of their existence would be absorbed into the Earth's ever-shifting layers. When we explore these possibilities, the goal isn't to argue for secret histories. It's to allow space for imagination in areas where certainty doesn't reach. The scientific understanding of Earth past is strong, but the timeline is immense. Most of it exists beyond our ability to reconstruct in detail. The question of whether intelligence emerged before humans doesn't undermine our knowledge. It expands the range of possibilities within the parts we can't see. It invites us to think about intelligence as something that may appear in many forms at different points in time, not a single event, but a pattern that could repeat. Another way to think about an older civilization is to consider how intelligence interacts with extinction. Species come and go throughout Earth's history. Most species that have ever existed are gone now. Extinction isn't an unusual event, it's a normal part of evolution. If an intelligent species appeared long before humans, their disappearance would fit within this pattern. They might have survived for millions of years or only a brief period. Extinction events caused by climate shifts, asteroid impacts, or volcanic eruptions could have ended their existence quickly. If they were widespread but not reliant on durable structures, their traces might be extremely subtle today. Even if a species developed advanced understanding of its environment, it might not have been able to halt natural forces beyond its control. As humans, we often assume intelligence leads inevitably to technology like ours. But technology is one possible outcome, not a guaranteed progression. Intelligence could lead instead to complex societies focused on adaptation rather than construction. It could lead to stability rather than expansion. If such a species didn't develop things that fossilize or endure, the geological record might show almost nothing of them. Thinking about an ancient civilization invites us to look at the Earth with a sense of humility. We often place ourselves at the center of the story. But the planet's history doesn't revolve around us. We are one expression of intelligence that happened to arise at this particular moment. There could have been others at different times. And if those earlier forms left only faint traces, that doesn't diminish their significance. It simply reflects how vast the timeline is and how easily the physical world resets itself over long periods. There's something quietly reassuring in the idea that intelligence may not be as rare as we think. If evolution can produce it more than once on the same planet, it suggests intelligence is part of the natural flow of life rather than an exception. This perspective makes humanity feel less like a sudden anomaly and more like a continuation of a process that has played out before. In that sense, imagining a civilization older than memory isn't about mystery for its own sake. It's about seeing ourselves as part of a longer story, one that extends far beyond the human era. If we let the idea of an older civilization settle long enough to feel natural, the next thought that usually arrives is a simple one. If something came before us, what could they have been like? It's tempting to imagine them as a reflection of ourselves because that's what our minds know best. Something with hands, faces, language, tools, and a recognizable sense of community. But the Earth has produced a wide range of life forms, and intelligence could have followed a variety of paths. So, the question becomes a slow attempt at understanding what intelligence might look like when it isn't modelled after humans at all. The environment any species grows within shapes it more than anything else. Human bodies, brains, senses, instincts, and social behavior all developed because of the landscapes our ancestors lived in. Forests, savannas, shifting climates, and changing food sources created the pressures that formed us. If an older species reached complex intelligence in an earlier age, their world could have been entirely different. Perhaps they lived during a time when dense forests covered far more of the planet, or in an era when deserts stretched across continents. Maybe shallow seas offered stable nourishment for millions of years, creating environments where marine species could develop complex cognition. The form they took would depend on the world they adapted to. It's helpful to look at the wide range of intelligent behavior in animals today. It gives a starting point for imagining how a past species might have interacted with their world. Consider certain birds that create tools, recognize patterns, and solve unexpected problems. Their intelligence is expressed through coordination, memory, and social understanding. Then there are octopuses, which do surprisingly complex things despite short lifespans. They explore, test, and manipulate their environments with a level of curiosity that seems disproportionate to their time on Earth. Primates, marine mammals, certain insects, and other species all show different strengths. Intelligence is not a single trait. It's a collection of functions that appear when necessary. Now imagine a species that had time to refine those functions over millions of years. Given enough time, even modest cognitive abilities could develop into something more coordinated. They might not build structures or tools in the way humans do. They might communicate through signals we wouldn't recognize. They might navigate their surroundings with senses different from ours. Their intelligence could rely on shared memory, environmental awareness, or cooperation rather than physical construction. The world they lived in could have rewarded subtle behavior rather than obvious engineering. A species adapting to dense forests might rely heavily on sound, not speech, but patterns of rhythmical calls, vibrations carried through branches, or coordinated movements. A species rising in aquatic environments might use light, color, or electric fields to exchange information. A species in open plains might rely on long-distance signaling, using movement or scent. The variety of known animal communication already shows that intelligence doesn't require spoken language. It requires systems for conveying important information. Those systems could look extremely different depending on the species. To picture the first beings in a grounded way, it helps to think of them not as mythical figures but as part of natural history. They could have shared characteristics with certain animals that exist today, similar to how humans share characteristics with other primates. Their bodies would be shaped for the tasks they needed to survive. If they had hands or appendages capable of manipulating their environment, those features would have been useful for their lifestyle. If they lacked such features, they may have developed intelligence around understanding patterns, navigation, or social coordination rather than tool-making. The quietest possibility is that the first intelligent species didn't prioritize altering their environment the way humans do. They might have learned how to live in stable harmony with their surroundings. They might have valued continuity rather than growth, leaving the landscape mostly unchanged. This kind of intelligence wouldn't leave behind roads or ruins, but it could still develop into a society with knowledge and identity. Their way of life could involve memory passed across generations through behavior, not writing. They might have created a culture without leaving anything behind that fossilizes or withstands erosion. Another path opens when considering the long stretches of Earth's pre-human history. Geological periods differ so much that the species living in each one would have had completely different evolutionary pressures. During warmer eras with high sea levels, many coastlines would have provided consistent food sources. In such environments, creatures adapted to shorelines could have thrived. Some could have had dexterous limbs for handling objects washed ashore. Others might have had strong social structures built around shared foraging. In colder times, species that developed thick protective coverings or strong resilience to climate swings might have gained longevity. Their cognitive development could have emerged from the need to anticipate seasonal changes. If the environment demanded planning and memory, evolution would encourage those traits. Intelligence can arise from daily challenges just as much as from survival threats. Of course, intelligence alone doesn't create a civilization. Social structure plays a large role. Even species today show patterns that resemble early forms of organization. Orcas coordinate hunts with precision. Elephants maintain long-term social bonds and remember locations over decades. Certain primates share tool use knowledge across generations. None of these species form civilizations in the human sense, but they illustrate how advanced behaviors can emerge without buildings or writing. If a species millions of years ago developed more consistent coordination and communication, they could have crossed the threshold into something resembling a structured society. To imagine the first beings, think of a species that didn't rush. Evolution doesn't create intelligence quickly. It builds slowly through many steps. The species might have taken millions of years to reach a point where their cognitive abilities allowed for shared problem solving. The slow pace of that development doesn't make their intelligence lesser. It simply means they adapted in a gradual and stable environment, gaining capabilities generation after generation. Their senses might have been sharper than ours in certain areas. Humans rely heavily on vision, but the first beings might have prioritized sound, pressure, or chemical signals. Their understanding of the world could have been based on detecting patterns we can't perceive. They might have sensed subtle environmental shifts long before they were visible. This would give them an entirely different relationship with their surroundings. If they had a long lifespan, they might have developed complex knowledge through extended experience. Some modern animals with long lifespans show strong problem-solving abilities and large social memories. Picture a species that lives even longer, building understanding across many decades. Their elders might have held crucial knowledge, and their social systems could have revolved around that structure. On the opposite end, if they had short lifespans, intelligence might have developed through rapid learning. Species with fast generational turnover can adapt more quickly, because evolution acts faster. A short-lived but fast-learning species might have evolved intelligence to keep up with a rapidly changing environment. Their society might have relied on quick adaptation and continuous learning rather than long-term planning. Another factor to consider is whether they walked on land, swam in the ocean, or lived somewhere in between. A land-based species would have had access to raw materials that could lead to tool use. An aquatic species would have needed different strategies. They could have developed ways of manipulating their environment through currents, sediment, or social structures. Aquatic intelligence would look different not because it's limited, but because water changes how behavior forms. It's also worth thinking about whether the first beings needed to build anything at all. Humans build because construction helps us survive in varied climates, but a species born in a consistently temperate environment might not need shelters. If their bodies were naturally adapted to their climate, they might have focused on understanding rather than engineering. Intelligence uses energy, and evolution favors efficiency. If building things wasn't necessary, the species would not have developed that habit. Some imagination is required here, but nothing unrealistic. Just picture what life might look like if the pressures that shaped humans were replaced with other pressures. A species that lived underground might develop broad spatial memory and navigation skills. They might communicate through vibrations in the soil. Their intelligence could revolve around analyzing subtle environmental cues. Their world might be hidden from the surface entirely. If they lived millions of years ago and the climate shifted, they could have become extinct without leaving recognizable fossils. A species in the treetops might develop strong hand-like limbs for gripping and maneuvering. Their intelligence might revolve around coordination, depth perception, and memory of pathways. Over time, their ability to map complex environments in their minds could become advanced. If the forest that supported them vanished due to climate shifts, they might not survive. Their remains would vanish with the forests and blend back into soil layers we no longer have access to. A species that lived near geothermal regions might evolve around constant environmental hazards. Their intelligence could revolve around predicting subtle changes in heat or pressure. Their society could be centered around cooperation in managing these dangers. If tectonic shifts altered their region, they could have disappeared quickly, leaving almost nothing behind. Each of these paths leads to different possibilities, none of which require extraordinary assumptions. They fit comfortably within what evolution can do over long spans of time. The idea of the first beings doesn't rely on imagining them as superior to humans. Instead, it imagines them as the natural result of life adapting to its world. They would have strengths shaped by their environment just as we do. It's also possible the first beings didn't look physically imposing. Intelligence doesn't require large size or tremendous strength. Tiny creatures can hold complex behavior too. Early mammals survived by being small and adaptable. If a small creature millions of years ago developed higher cognition, their bodies might not leave behind fossils recognizable as anything unusual. Their intelligence would exist in their behavior, not their bones. Some theories in evolutionary science suggest that once intelligence emerges, it could develop trajectories that don't always lead to expansion or domination. Some societies might choose stability over growth. They might avoid altering the environment to maintain balance. If the first beings thought in this way, their presence would have blended into natural cycles instead of cutting across them. Their societies would be hard to detect now because they didn't create lasting disruptions. The question of origin adds another layer. What caused their intelligence to develop? Was it a need to coordinate, to solve environmental challenges, to remember seasonal changes? Each of these conditions can encourage cognition. As we look at life today, problem-solving behavior appears repeatedly across unrelated species. Intelligence is not a fluke, it's a strategy that evolution uses when useful. If a species reached higher cognition earlier in Earth's history, they may have faced challenges we can't fully reconstruct. Changes in atmospheric composition, volcanic regions forming or collapsing, asteroid impacts, or shifts in ocean currents could have shaped them. Their intelligence would be tuned to these events. For humans, the challenges we faced involved climate fluctuations, food scarcity, and social complexity. For the first beings, the world might have been harsher or more stable depending on the era. Their intelligence might reflect either condition. As the idea continues unfolding, it becomes less about guessing their physical form and more about understanding their potential behavior. They could have cooperated in groups, shared knowledge, and adapted to changing environments. They could have explored their surroundings, noticed patterns, and passed those observations along. They might have developed rituals, traditions, or systems of communication. None of these leave fossilized traces. They leave only questions, and those questions are part of what makes this exploration interesting. Finally, once you imagine what these beings might have been like, the next thought quietly arrives. If such a species existed before humans, is it possible they influenced us in some way? When people look at the timeline of human evolution, the progress often appears slow, steady, and spread across vast stretches of time. But once you place our story against the entire history of a life on Earth, certain moments stand out as unusually rapid. Our brains grew faster than expected for a species of our size. Our ancestors began making tools long before their bodies seemed fully adapted for fine motor skills. Symbolic thinking, language, and organized culture emerged in ways that feel surprisingly concentrated. These developments fit within evolution, but the speed of some transitions invites questions. Not questions about replacing scientific explanations, but questions about whether there might have been additional influences besides environment, survival, and adaptation. If a species with intelligence existed long before humans, it opens a gentle possibility. Maybe some of the capacities we have today were shaped by things we didn't develop entirely on our own. This idea doesn't have to involve dramatic interventions or elaborate scenarios. It can be something far more subtle. When species coexist, they influence each other in countless ways. Animals learn behavior from watching other species. Plants evolve by responding to the presence of others. Even microorganisms adapt through shared environments. If an earlier intelligent species overlapped with early hominins, even briefly, there might have been moments of interaction that left impressions deeper than we imagine, not in the form of technology or language, but in the form of behavioral learning, survival strategies, or shared environments that nudged our ancestors in useful directions. To understand this possibility, it helps to step back and think about what design means in a biological sense. Humans often use the word to describe intentional creation, but in nature, design can simply mean structure shaped by forces that influence development. Evolution is a designer in its own way, producing complex systems without intentional planning. Environmental pressure guides traits in similar directions across different species. When birds, bats, and insects evolve wings independently, that's not coincidence. It's a natural response to the advantages of flight. In the same way, intelligence can evolve more than once if the conditions favor it. But if a species earlier than us reached forms of advanced cognition, they might have developed understandings or behaviors that shaped their surroundings. Their presence alone could have influenced how other species evolved. Early humans might have observed them from a distance, copying behaviors without realizing they were copying anything unusual. This is something many animals already do. Birds learn feeding techniques from watching other birds, even across species. Primates copy strategies from neighboring groups. Another species doesn't need to intentionally teach for its behavior to influence others. So if early hominins encountered something more advanced than themselves, the learning that occurred might have been a silent inheritance. One of the main areas where human evolution accelerated is brain development. The rapid growth of the human brain is one of our most distinctive traits. It granted us problem-solving abilities, memory, planning, and symbolic thought. Many theories explain why this happened. Climate fluctuations requiring adaptability, social complexity requiring communication, or environmental challenges requiring innovation. These explanations make sense. But if you consider the presence of a more advanced species existing at some earlier point, another layer of possibility forms. Perhaps the environment shaped by that earlier species included conditions that encouraged rapid cognitive growth among our ancestors. This wouldn't mean deliberate modification. It could simply mean that environments influenced by intelligence encourage further intelligence in neighboring species. The growth of language is another example. Human language is incredibly complex. It develops early in life and forms the basis for culture, memory, and understanding. The origins of language are still debated because they don't leave clear traces. If an earlier species communicated in ways more sophisticated than simple calls or gestures, early humans might have observed those interactions. Even without understanding the full meaning, our ancestors could have imitated patterns, rhythms, or behaviors that set foundations for more advanced communication later. Language doesn't need a single starting point. It can grow from mimicry, shared experiences, and basic signals. If early humans were exposed to communication systems richer than their own, even indirectly, it could have shaped the way our communication evolved. The idea of inherited design doesn't require direct genetic involvement. It doesn't require an older civilization to intentionally create us. It can exist in the same way we shape the behavior of modern animals without meaning to. When humans feed birds in urban settings, those birds adapt their behavior around us. When we cultivate land, species adapt around the changes. When we domesticate animals, their evolution changes drastically because of our presence. If something older once shaped the world before humans, we might have evolved within a landscape they influenced. Their choices, settlements, migrations, or behaviors could have contributed to shaping the ecological conditions that affected our evolution. Consider how early humans learned to use fire. Fire is a natural phenomenon. Lightning, volcanic activity, and spontaneous combustion all occurred long before humans existed. But the leap from observing fire to controlling it was significant. It requires memory, planning, and experimentation. If an earlier species interacted with fire more confidently or frequently, early humans might have observed and learned from them. This doesn't imply intentional teaching. Learning through observation is a powerful evolutionary tool. Many species today watch others to pick up new techniques. If early humans witnessed fire being used in a repeated or organized way, it could have accelerated their own understanding. Tool use follows a similar line of thought. Many animals today use tools in basic ways, but humans expanded this behavior dramatically in a short time. If an earlier species already used objects in complex ways, early humans could have seen the benefits and copied them. This wouldn't leave behind clear evidence. The tools of an ancient species might have been made from materials that didn't survive, or the species could have been aquatic or semi-aquatic, relying on strategies that left no durable record. Another possible connection between humans and an older species comes in the form of social structure. Humans are highly social. We live in groups, share responsibilities, and raise offspring cooperatively. These patterns are seen in many animals. But the scale of human social collaboration is far greater. If early hominins were influenced by observing another species with advanced social coordination, this could have shaped their own structures. For example, if the first beings worked together in groups for foraging, early humans might have copied similar behaviors. These changes could accumulate slowly across generations, shaping cultures in ways that feel natural and permanent. The idea of inherited design gains depth when considering how knowledge might have been transferred unintentionally. Many species today pass down knowledge through observation rather than direct teaching. A young animal learns how to hunt by watching older individuals. It learns migration routes by following groups. If early humans saw another species performing coordinated actions, using specific territories, or manipulating their environment in ways unfamiliar to earlier hominins, the learning process could have been triggered. Humans are particularly good at imitation. Even without understanding full context, observing anything unusual could have left impressions. There's also the question of genetics. Some people explore the idea that inherited design might involve genetic influences from an earlier species. While mainstream science relies on the known timeline of hominin genetics, there is still room to consider interactions with species we haven't identified. Genetic traces of ancient hominins like the Denisovans were unknown until recently. Their existence was hidden until fragments of DNA revealed them. It's possible that earlier species existed without leaving fossil traces. If they were closely related to humans in some way, genetic interactions could have occurred. These wouldn't necessarily be intentional or planned. They could have simply been natural interactions across species-sharing environments. But inherited design doesn't need genetic blending to have meaning. Knowledge, behavior, and environmental influence can shape species just as strongly. Humans today shape ecosystems without altering DNA directly. If the first beings shaped their world enough to leave lasting patterns in the environment, early humans might have adapted to those patterns. For example, if an ancient species cultivated certain plants or altered landscapes for their own use, early humans living in those areas could have benefited from the altered environments. They could have learned new foraging techniques or adapted to the changed resources. Over time, these adjustments could lead to shifts in cognition or physical traits. Another aspect worth considering is memory. Humans often experience inherited behaviors that seem instinctive. Patterns like the fear of certain animals, attraction to certain landscapes, or instinctive social bonding might have roots in very old interactions. If early humans relied on observing another species, generations of learned behavior could accumulate and feel innate even today. This type of inheritance isn't genetic, it's cultural and behavioral. Many animal species inherit behaviors this way. Birds migrate based on routes learned from previous generations. Some primates continue rituals learned long ago. These behaviors become part of what the species does, even if their origin gets forgotten. If the first beings influenced humans through observation, shared environment, or indirect learning, the impact could be deep without leaving any visible trace. Knowledge can spread quietly. Behaviors can shift slowly. evolution can adjust along the way. A species doesn't need to design another one in a deliberate sense. Influence alone can feel like design from a distance. The human mind looks for patterns. We see connections and meaning in places where influence and adaptation overlap. If something older left its mark on early humans, the result could resemble inheritance. Not because the older species intended it, but because living things always affect each other. The idea also opens questions about culture. Humans developed symbolic art, ritual practices, and storytelling relatively quickly in evolutionary terms. If early humans had contact with a species that already expressed behavior patterns beyond instinct, those interactions could have inspired similar developments in humans, not through explanation, but through simple exposure. Early symbolic art, for example, might have origins that blend observation with imagination. If humans saw another species making patterns or markings in the environment, even if the meaning was unclear, the idea of marking space might have been adopted. There's also the possibility that early humans sought to imitate something they found impressive or mysterious. Many species react strongly to creatures they perceive as unusual or advanced. If early hominins saw complex behavior in another species, they might have tried to reproduce it. Over generations, this copying could have shaped new forms of human expression. Even today, humans copy what they admire or find meaningful. It's a core part of how culture spreads. When thinking about inherited design, it's important not to jump to conclusions about purpose. Intelligence doesn't always act with long-term planning. The first beings, if they existed, might not have thought in terms of shaping the future. They might have simply lived their lives, solved their own problems, and interacted with their surroundings. Any influence on humans could have been incidental, but incidental influence can become significant when it interacts with evolution. The emergence of human intelligence might have been supported by a network of interactions, some direct, some indirect, that shaped early development. This idea can be approached calmly. It doesn't push aside scientific explanations. It builds upon the fact that evolution is complex and often shaped by relationships between species. Every species alive today is influenced by others, even those long gone. We adapt to environments shaped by generations before us. We inherit landscapes, ecosystems, and patterns of behavior that weren't created by us. If something more advanced existed in deep time, humanity might carry fragments of their influence without realizing it. As this idea continues to unfold, it leads naturally to wondering how early humans might have perceived such beings. Did they see them as competitors, neighbors, or simply part of the world? Would the encounters have been rare or frequent? Would early humans have understood what they were witnessing? When people hear the phrase ancient clues, it's easy to think immediately of famous ruins, carved symbols, or mysterious structures that appear in documentaries and museum exhibits. But when you start looking at the very oldest parts of human history, you find that the majority of our clues are far more modest. Scratches on stone, patterns of wear on tools, piles of bones arranged in ways that don't quite fit natural behavior, shapes carved into rock walls where the meaning has been lost. These fragments sit quietly in deserts, caves, forests, and riverbeds around the world. They don't show us everything, but they show enough to raise questions. Not questions about dramatic revelations or groundbreaking discoveries, but about what early humans were thinking, noticing, and perhaps repeating from influences they didn't fully understand. When you're dealing with human history that stretches back tens of thousands of years, almost nothing survives. As you go further, the materials change. Wood, cloth, and plant fiber break down quickly. Bones last longer, but not forever. Stone lasts the longest, and even that wears away under wind, water, and time. That means much of what we have from early humans consists of stone, not grand monuments, but ordinary stone shaped by hands for scraping, cutting, and shaping. Some have patterns carved into them that don't seem entirely functional. Even archaeologists sometimes struggle to categorize them. Were they symbols, marks of identity, attempts to imitate something important? Or were they simply the earliest signs of curiosity being expressed in physical form? As researchers examine these pieces, certain questions naturally emerge. Why do similar patterns appear in places that were never connected by travel? Why do some markings appear too early in the timeline to fit conveniently into our expectations about when symbolic thinking began? And why do some carvings seem more complex than the tools found nearby? These questions don't lead to claims of ancient secrets. They lead to a gentle kind of wonder about how ideas spread in a world where communication was limited and populations were small. One of the earliest types of stone markings found in many parts of the world is a repeated set of shapes: lines, triangles, grids, spirals, and dots. These appear in caves in Europe, Africa, Asia, and even in areas separated by oceans long before humans had boats capable of crossing them. The patterns are simple, but they're deliberate. They aren't the result of idle scratching. They're consistent enough that some researchers think they represent early symbolic communication. Not full language, but the beginnings of meaning beyond immediate survival. The curious part is that many of these patterns appear long before the first large civilizations. They show up in times when humans were still scattered in small groups. That raises the question of how these patterns formed. Did they arise independently, with different groups arriving at similar ideas through similar experiences? That's one explanation, and it fits well with the way humans tend to respond to their environments. But another possibility sits quietly beside it. Maybe some of these patterns were passed down, not from direct cultural contact between human groups, but from observing behaviours or markings left by another species. Not a species of animals we know today, but a species that existed earlier, closer to the time when humans were still developing the foundations of symbolic thought. This doesn't suggest the earlier species carved messages meant for humans. It suggests that early humans might have encountered patterns in the environment created by something else, and over time, those patterns became familiar enough to imitate. Humans often copy what stands out. If markings were part of a territory, a social ritual, or a way of recording information for another species, early humans could have been influenced without knowing their purpose. The origin of the patterns would become lost, leaving only the human version behind. Another set of clues comes from stones shaped in ways that don't match their surroundings. Some stones are placed in deliberate arrangements, sometimes in circles, sometimes in rows, sometimes in stacks. These are often classified as ritual sites or early markers for gatherings. But a few of these arrangements predate organized human settlements. That means the stones were arranged by groups that had no permanent homes, no villages, and no agriculture. These arrangements might have served purposes we no longer understand. They might have been markers for seasonal paths, meeting points, or symbolic gestures. It's also possible these arrangements were inspired by something early humans observed. The idea of stacking stones or arranging them in patterns might not originate with humans at all. If an earlier species used stones for their own purposes, navigation, communication, or environmental modification, early humans could have seen the value. They might have adopted the behavior, repeating what they observed even if they didn't know the original meaning. Over time, as humans applied their own interpretations, the stones would take on cultural significance. The origin would fade, leaving only the human meaning behind. There are other clues as well, ones that appear in places where humans lived long before recorded history. Certain cave systems contain carvings that differ from typical human styles. The strokes are deeper, smoother, and sometimes arranged in ways that suggest they were made by tools different from the ones humans used. This doesn't point directly to another species. It could simply be another branch of early humans, or even humans experimenting with new techniques. But it opens the door to considering that not all carvings necessarily belong to us. Some might have been made by beings with different hands, different movements, or different intentions. These ideas stay grounded when approached calmly. They don't challenge the scientific timeline. They simply acknowledge that much remains unknown in periods so far removed from our own. The clues we find today are fragments. They're the pieces that survived by chance. But sometimes those fragments feel slightly out of place, as if they belong to a larger puzzle we don't have enough pieces to solve. Another interesting clue comes from ancient mining sites. Humans began mining very early, long before agriculture or writing. But in certain places, signs of extraction go back even further than human arrival. There are regions where minerals appear to have been removed in ways that don't match natural weathering. Some of these signs look like early human scraping. Others resemble slow, repeated extraction. It's unlikely that an earlier species developed mining as humans understand it. Mining requires tools, planning, and motivation beyond immediate survival. But it's not impossible that a species with different needs might remove minerals for reasons we don't recognize. Perhaps they harvested certain stones for territorial decoration. Perhaps they used them for signaling, reflective surfaces, or marking paths. Or perhaps they simply enjoyed collecting certain minerals the way modern animals sometimes collect shiny objects. Over long spans of time, these effects could resemble primitive mining, even if they were never intended to be anything of the sort. And if humans encountered these modified areas, they might have found exposed minerals that led them to begin mining themselves. Another category of ancient clues comes from artifacts that don't fit easily into expected timelines. These are rare, often disputed, and usually small. A carving that appears more detailed than others found in the same layer. A tool shape that suggests a technique that shouldn't appear for thousands of years. Not enough to rewrite history, but enough to create small pockets of curiosity. Archaeologists approach these cautiously, often attributing them to site contamination or misidentification. And most of the time, that's the correct conclusion. But the presence of a few anomalous items doesn't necessarily mean something extraordinary happened. It might simply mean early humans were experimenting. Yet it also leaves a small space for wondering whether some ideas arrived earlier because they were influenced by something outside the human timeline. Not a dramatic influence, just a subtle one. A gesture seen from a distance, a behavior repeated after observation, a pattern noticed at the edge of awareness. The questions grow more interesting when we look at ancient myths and stories. Across cultures, there are recurring themes of people who are taught skills by beings who appear suddenly, share knowledge, and then disappear. These stories exist in cultures with no contact between them. They often describe beings that are not gods, but not entirely human either. This doesn't mean they are literal descriptions of an earlier species. Myths blend imagination and memory, reshaping events across generations. But myths can contain echoes of real experiences. If early humans encountered a species that seemed unusual or advanced, stories about them could have been passed down. Over thousands of years, details would change, becoming more symbolic and less literal. What begins as a memory of an encounter becomes a story about teachers or visitors. Over more time, those stories become mythic figures. The original context disappears. Another intriguing clue comes from the earlier structures humans built. Some of the oldest stone constructions in the world were made before agriculture. They required planning, cooperation, and engineering skills that seem advanced for groups that were still largely nomadic. This doesn't imply inspiration from another species, but it suggests humans adopted complex organizational abilities earlier than expected. If this kind of coordination appeared suddenly in multiple regions, it raises questions about whether early humans were following patterns they observed elsewhere. Stone circles, megaliths, and carved pillars appear in several regions long before large-scale settlements. They might reflect ritual behavior, astronomical observations, or social gatherings, but their early timing leaves room for wondering where the ideas came from. Humans are excellent imitators. If they saw structures built by others, even partially collapsed ones, they might have attempted to replicate them in their own way. The more we look at these clues, the more they point toward a world where early humans were surrounded not only by their own developing culture, but by a landscape shaped by forces they didn't fully understand. This doesn't require advanced technology or lost empires. It simply acknowledges that life on Earth is old enough to contain chapters we haven't fully uncovered. The first beings, if they existed, might have left behind traces that blended into the natural world, stones arranged for their own reasons, marks carved to organize their own lives, behaviors that shape the environment beyond our ability to trace. Early humans living in that world would have noticed these signals. They might have copied them, explored them, or assigned meaning to them. Over time, these interpretations would evolve, becoming the early foundations of human culture. If that happened, the clues we see today would be mixtures of human origins and inherited patterns. Not inherited deliberately, but absorbed from the world early humans walked through. This perspective doesn't look for extraordinary explanations. It looks at the ordinary behavior of intelligent species and considers how one species might influence another across vast spans of time. It treats the Earth not as a stage with only one main character, but as a place where intelligence might have arisen more than once. And if that's the case, then some of the oldest markings and structures we find could be part of a shared history, even if the earlier participants left the scene long before humans stepped fully into it. The story of human emergence often feels straightforward when it's presented in classroom timelines or documentary diagrams. A line begins somewhere in the deep past, branches out through early primates, continues through a handful of ancient ancestors, and eventually arrives at Homo sapiens. The diagrams are neat, the transitions look smooth, and the steps seem orderly. When viewed that way, it appears as though humanity simply followed a natural trajectory from early life to modern complexity. But when scientists examine the details, the picture becomes more complicated. Instead of slow, evenly spaced developments, the human story contains jumps that are surprisingly large for the amount of time available. These jumps sit at the center of one of the intriguing questions in biology. Why did humans develop certain traits so quickly compared to other species? And why did those traits emerge in patterns that sometimes feel compressed rather than gradual? The human brain is a good starting point. Compared to our nearest primate relatives, our brain is unusually large for the size of our body. It uses a significant portion of our energy, even when we're resting. The expansion of the human brain happened faster than expected in evolutionary terms. Many theories try to explain it. Some point to diet changes, others to climate change, others to increased social complexity. These factors all played important roles, but even when we account for them, the pace of growth looks unusual. It's not outside the boundaries of evolution, but it stands near the upper edge, raising questions about what conditions might have accelerated it. If intelligence develops mainly from environmental pressure, early humans must have faced challenges that demanded advanced problem-solving, long-term memory, and multi-step reasoning. But the environments they lived in were not dramatically different from those inhabited by other species with much smaller brains. This doesn't create a contradiction. It simply means the pressures acting on early humans were specific and potentially complex. But it also leaves room for wondering whether those pressures included interactions, observations, or influences we don't fully recognize now. The structure of the human brain reveals several traits that arrived earlier than expected. Regions associated with planning, abstraction, communication, and emotional interpretation expanded significantly even before humans developed agriculture or permanent settlements. This means that for a long period, humans carried cognitive capacities that were far beyond what their lifestyle required. Most species develop traits gradually and in response to immediate needs. Humans, however, developed capabilities that wouldn't be fully utilized for many tens of thousands of years. This raises the question of whether early humans were preparing for a future they couldn't yet see, or whether they were responding to pressures we haven't fully identified. Another area where humanity experienced rapid development is symbolic thought, the ability to understand that one thing can represent another. This ability appears suddenly in the archaeological record, not instantly, but quickly enough that it creates a clear shift between populations that showed symbolic behavior and those that didn't. Symbolic thinking is the foundation of language, art, ritual, and culture. It's what allows stories to form, communities to organize, and knowledge to be shared across generations. The emergence of symbolic thought marks a turning point in human history. and yet its arrival feels like a sudden spark rather than a long, smouldering transition. When researchers examine early human artifacts, they notice this pattern. The earlier tools are simple, functional, and built from immediate needs. Then, over a comparatively short period, tools become more refined, more specialized, and more aligned with long-term planning. Carvings appear, patterns emerge, objects are shaped not only for survival, but for communication and identity. These changes suggest the presence of a growing cognitive framework, one that appeared with a speed that continues to raise questions. Human language shows a similar pattern. The physical structures necessary for speech developed earlier than many expected. The human throat, the position of the larynx, and the shape of the vocal tract all suggest that early humans were capable of producing a range of sounds long before full language emerged. That means the biological structures were in place before the cultural structures formed. This sequence isn't impossible, but it stands out. Why would an ability develop long before its widespread use? The presence of unused or underused abilities suggests either that the conditions weren't yet right for language to flourish, or that early humans were mimicking or mirroring patterns not fully understood. Another part of human emergence that stands out is social complexity. Many animals have social structures, but human social structures expanded rapidly. Early humans began living in larger groups, coordinating tasks and relying on collective memory to guide behavior. This type of complexity usually evolves slowly, but in humans, it appears with a surprisingly steep trajectory. Cooperation became a defining trait. Shared goals became part of everyday life. Knowledge passed not only from parent to child, but horizontally across communities. This suggests early humans found significant advantages in working together. But it also suggests there may have been earlier models or pressures that encouraged this shift. Human emotional depth is also notable. Our ability to empathize, interpret emotional signals, and understand the internal states of others is advanced compared to most species. These abilities support social bonds, conflict resolution, and long-term group cohesion. But they also require significant cognitive resources. The development of empathy and emotional intelligence in humans occurred alongside the expansion of the brain, raising questions about whether these traits emerged as part of a broader pattern of rapid growth. These emotional abilities don't leave clear marks in fossils, but they influence behavior and decision-making. Their emergence fits into the broader pattern of rapid cognitive development that characterizes early humans. When examining human biology, one of the surprising details is the speed at which early humans developed an extended childhood. Human children remain dependent for far longer than most species. This extended development allows for more learning, more social bonding, and more cognitive refinement. It also requires significant support from adults and groups. The shift toward long childhoods appears earlier than expected, suggesting that humans needed more time for learning complex behaviors. This change implies a world where knowledge mattered deeply. If an earlier species existed and demonstrated complex behavior, early humans might have recognized the value of learning by observation, encouraging a longer developmental period. Another biological trait that stands out is bipedalism. Humans walk upright. This freed the hands for tool use, carrying objects and gesturing. The transition to upright walking happened long before humans developed complex technology. It occurred in ancestors who were not yet fully human. This shift suggests that early hominins were responding to environmental pressures requiring hands to be free. One possibility is that they needed to carry food, offspring, or objects. Another is that they were observing behaviors that encouraged upright movement. If an earlier species walked upright or used their limbs in coordinated ways, early humans might have benefited from copying this behavior. Observational influence could have played a role in reinforcing the advantages of bipedalism. Human hands themselves contain clues. The flexibility, precision, and strength of the human hand are ideal for tool-making, shaping materials, and expressing communication. The fine motor control required for detailed tasks appears earlier than expected in the fossil record. The hands evolved capabilities before the cultural need for those capabilities became widespread. This pattern is similar to the pattern seen in speech structures. Biological readiness came before cultural use. This can happen naturally, but when it happens repeatedly across multiple traits, it suggests that multiple pressures were acting simultaneously on early humans. Another aspect worth examining is the human capacity for long-term planning. Humans can imagine futures far removed from their immediate circumstances. This ability allows for the creation of strategies that span years or even lifetimes. It supports the development of agriculture, architecture, and long-distance travel. This form of planning appears strongly in early humans at a time when their lifestyles were not yet fully aligned with long-term structures. The biological capacity arrived before the cultural implementation. Again, this is not outside the realm of evolution, but it adds to the pattern of biological preparedness appearing early. When examining these patterns as a whole, a picture emerges of a species developing capabilities faster than expected, and in combinations that seem unusually well aligned for future complexity. This raises the calm question at the heart of this exploration. Could these sudden developments be part of an inherited pattern, influenced by interactions or indirect observations of a species that came before us? Not in the sense of deliberate design, but in the sense of accumulated influences shaping evolution in directions that supported rapid cognitive expansion. If early humans encountered a species with advanced cognition, even briefly or at a distance, several forms of influence might occur. The presence of complex behavior could encourage observational learning. The environment shaped by the earlier species could impose new challenges or new opportunities. Interactions could shift resource distribution, pushing early humans toward adaptability. None of these require intentional teaching. They require only proximity, observation, and time. One of the striking features of human emergence is the speed at which brain regions linked to social behavior expanded. If early humans saw coordinated actions by another species, they might have adopted similar strategies. This could accelerate the development of cooperation, empathy, and group identity. The same applies to tool use. Even if the earlier species used natural tools in subtle ways, early humans could copy these actions, setting the stage for their own tool-making traditions. Another factor that may support the idea of biological echoes is the human capacity for pattern recognition. Humans are highly attuned to patterns. This helps with survival, communication, and forward planning. If early humans observed recurring patterns in the behavior or structures left by another species, their minds might have adapted to incorporate those patterns into their own development. Over time, these influences could become part of human cognition. There's also a deeper, more biological possibility. Evolution doesn't always operate in straight lines. Sometimes genetic traits move between species through processes we're only beginning to understand. Horizontal gene transfer is common among microorganisms. Hybridization occurs in many animals. If the earlier species was biologically close enough to share some interactions with hominins, there might have been genetic exchanges that influenced human development. These exchanges don't require intention. They occur naturally through contact. Most would leave no clear trace after millions of years, but the influence on traits could linger. Even without genetic influence, behavioral inheritance alone can shape biology. If early humans adopted new learning strategies from observing another species, children raised in that environment would be exposed to broader cognitive challenges. This could create evolutionary pressure for increased brain capacity, improved motor skills, and extended childhood development. Over many generations, these pressures could contribute to rapid biological changes. When looking at human biology from this perspective, the sudden emergence of certain traits doesn't seem mysterious. It becomes part of a larger pattern where early humans were shaped by a combination of their environment, their own adaptive strategies, and possible influences from other intelligent species that might have existed earlier. This idea doesn't rely on guessing specific interactions. It simply acknowledges that evolution can be guided by networks of subtle pressures that leave no direct evidence. Human biology today carries echoes of these early transitions. Our brains remain adapted for complex problem solving even when our daily tasks require less. Our emotional capacities remain wide even when they outpace the demands of modern life. Our hands retain precision that far exceeds basic survival needs. These traits feel inherited in ways that go beyond immediate environmental pressures. Across human history, stories about mysterious teachers appear again and again in places far apart from each other, in communities that had no contact and no shared communication. These stories are preserved through oral traditions, early writings, carvings, and cultural memories passed from one generation to the next. When you look at them side by side, the similarities are difficult to ignore. People from different regions describe figures who arrived unexpectedly, offered knowledge or guidance, stayed for a period, and then disappeared. The details vary, but the structure of the stories remains consistent. Someone came before us and left impressions strong enough to become part of early human culture. These impressions eventually turned into legends, and those legends became the earliest attempts humanity made to explain its own sudden progress. When you begin exploring these stories in depth, one of the first things that stands out is how matter-of-fact many of them sound. They don't always describe supernatural events. They often frame these teachers as physical beings who walked, spoke, taught, and interacted. They don't appear as omnipotent gods or mythical creatures. Instead, they resemble strangers with unusual knowledge. Many cultures speak of individuals who introduced advanced skills, explained natural events, or offered structure to communities that previously lacked it. These figures are often described as different, not in a mystical way, but in ways that suggest unfamiliarity. Sometimes they are depicted as taller, sometimes quieter, sometimes physically unique in subtle ways. The differences are never identical, but they're always presented as noticeable enough for early humans to remember. It's important to acknowledge that legends evolve. They change with each retelling. Over thousands of years, simple encounters can transform into elaborate stories. Observations of unusual individuals can grow into narratives about origin or creation. But even with this evolution, the repeated appearance of guiding figures is interesting. It suggests that early humans had experiences they struggled to explain using their own knowledge. When faced with something unfamiliar, stories become a way to interpret and share what happened. Over time, these interpretations merge with cultural identity. In examining these legends, one consistent theme is the idea that early humans were shown things they did not know how to do previously. Some stories describe groups being taught how to plant or harvest food. Others describe the introduction of fire or tools. Some mention learning how to navigate using landmarks or stars. Still others describe lessons in law, organization, or cooperation. These stories don't need to be taken literally to be meaningful. They highlight moments when early humans experienced jumps in knowledge. And when such jumps happen quickly, stories become the only way to explain them. The question then becomes whether these stories reflect actual interactions. It's possible they represent encounters with more advanced human groups. Cultures at different developmental stages often influence each other. But it's also possible the stories preserve echoes of something earlier. If a more advanced species existed at a time overlapping with early humans, even briefly, their presence could have created impressions strong enough to persist in oral history. They wouldn't need to intentionally teach anything. Early humans observing their behavior might interpret even basic actions as lessons. In some regions, stories describe beings who watched humans from a distance before approaching. The descriptions often include cautious interactions, as if the teachers were assessing whether early humans were ready for certain knowledge. This detail appears in more than one culture. It suggests the teachers were not entirely comfortable or confident in their role. They might have been loners, remnants of a population that was already fading. If the earlier species was nearing extinction or dispersal, interactions with humans could have been sporadic and hesitant. There are also stories where the teachers are described as reluctant. They appear after disasters or periods of instability. They help temporarily, then leave. Then, this pattern suggests that early humans might have encountered isolated individuals who had knowledge but limited ability to share it widely. It's possible the earlier species was struggling with environmental challenges, forcing them to move through regions inhabited by early humans. Their appearances would seem sudden, and their departures unexplained. In many cases, the stories mention that these figures emphasized observation and understanding. They didn't present themselves as leaders or rulers. They acted more like guides who encouraged self-sufficiency. This detail aligns with the idea of a species that prioritized stability and subtlety. If the earlier species lived in a way that avoided major disruptions to the environment, their approach to humans might have reflected similar patterns. Their teaching, if it occurred, would have been understated. They may have shown rather than instructed. Another notable element is the common theme that these teachers did not stay long. They appear, offer something useful, and vanish. Some stories say they left because their work was done. Others say they left because they were not meant to stay. Others simply say they disappeared without explanation. If the earlier species was already declining, this pattern makes sense. They might have been part of the last groups trying to navigate a changing world. Their disappearance wouldn't be intentional. It would be the natural result of a population unable to maintain itself. Early humans witnessing their absence would interpret it as departure rather than extinction. These stories also highlight physical descriptions that seem grounded rather than fantastical. The teachers are often described as pale, dark-skinned, tall, short, or otherwise distinct compared to the local population. The key point is that they are different, but not impossibly so. They appear as outsiders with unique features. If the earlier species was genetically distinct but still humanoid, early humans would recognize them as beings, but not the same as themselves. Differences in posture, movement, or behavior would stand out. These distinctions would eventually become exaggerated through storytelling, but their origins might be simple observations. Another part of these legends focuses on knowledge of the environment. Some stories describe beings who understood seasonal changes better than humans did. They knew when floods would come, when animals would migrate, and which plants were safe. Such knowledge could belong to anyone with long experience in the area. But if the earlier species lived in the region for much longer, their observations would be more refined. Early humans encountering this level of understanding might interpret it as wisdom or advanced insight. Over time, this insight becomes attributed to supernatural ability, even if the original knowledge was natural. Some stories describe the teachers as calm, patient, and soft-spoken. Early humans often lived with constant survival pressure. A species that evolved in stable conditions might behave more quietly and methodically. Their calm behavior would seem unusual to humans accustomed to dealing with threats. Stories about peaceful teachers could originate from observations of a species that functioned differently in social situations. The disappearance of these figures is another common thread. Many stories describe a final moment when the teachers walk away, sail away, or vanish into the landscape. These descriptions may reflect the reality that early humans simply stopped encountering them. If their population was small and fading, meetings would become less frequent. Eventually, they would cease entirely. To early humans, this would appear as departure. The reason for their absence would remain unknown. Over generations, the idea of disappearance becomes woven into oral tradition. Some cultures describe these teachers as returning at certain times or promising to come back. This could reflect hope rather than memory. When a helpful figure disappears, people often hold on to the idea of their return. Over time, this becomes part of the legend. The promise might not originate with the teachers themselves. It could be an interpretation made by humans who didn't understand why the teachers stopped visiting. There are also stories that describe conflicts or misunderstandings. Not all encounters may have been peaceful. Early humans could misinterpret actions or feel threatened by unfamiliar behavior. Such interactions might lead to stories where the teachers leave because of disagreements or danger. These narratives fit naturally into human attempts to explain why something beneficial ended abruptly. Some legends speak of forbidden knowledge or warnings given by the teachers. They caution humans about certain behaviors, locations, or choices. These warnings could have practical origins. If the earlier species understood environmental dangers or had experienced disasters in the past, they might have tried to convey these lessons through signs or actions. Humans interpreting these actions could turn them into spoken warnings. Over time, the warnings become symbolic, but their origins may have been practical and grounded. The idea of teachers who came first also appears in stories that describe humans as being raised or guided by older beings. These stories sometimes portray early humans as inexperienced or unaware, learning from more experienced creatures. While these descriptions are framed in mythic terms, they may reflect early humans recognizing their own limitations compared to something they observed. The legends could encode memories of moments when early humans saw behaviors they couldn't yet replicate, leading them to interpret the other species as mentors. Some stories describe the teachers as solitary rather than part of large groups. This detail aligns with the possibility that the earlier species was in decline. Small, scattered individuals might travel alone or in tiny clusters. Their encounters with humans would be isolated. These isolated encounters would be significant for early humans because they were rare. That significance would help the stories survive across generations. There are also stories where the teachers are described as having unusually long lifespans. This detail could originate from the perception that certain individuals appeared unchanged over time. If the earlier species aged differently or moved through regions slowly, early humans might see the same individuals years apart. With little understanding of aging across species, they could interpret this as extended lifespan. Over time, this observation becomes a defining feature in the legends. Other narratives say the teachers arrived during times of environmental stress. Floods, droughts, or volcanic activity often coincide with these stories. If the earlier species was skilled at interpreting natural patterns, they might appear during times of instability as they moved to safer areas. Early humans would associate their arrival with these events. The timing would seem intentional, even if it wasn't. A recurring pattern in these legends is that the teachers had no desire for dominance. They didn't demand worship, power, or control. This characteristic could reflect a species whose survival strategy didn't involve territorial aggression. If their society emphasized stability and cooperation, their interactions with humans would seem unusually gentle. Early humans, who often competed fiercely for resources, would view this behavior as remarkable. Another detail seen across cultures is that these figures seemed uninterested in altering human society permanently. They offered knowledge or insight, but they didn't build large structures, create governments, or impose systems. They appeared only briefly. This detail may reinforce the idea that they were nearing the end of their own era. Their priorities might not have included long-term influence. They may have been more focused on survival, migration, or simply passing by. Some stories describe the teachers as having knowledge that humans interpreted as strange or advanced. They may have predicted certain events or understood distant regions. Such knowledge could come from experience rather than supernatural ability. A species that lived for millions of years would observe patterns humans had not yet noticed. Early humans, unfamiliar with long-term cycles, would find these insights remarkable. The question that emerges from all of this is whether these stories carry memories of actual encounters. Myths blend reality and imagination. But even imaginary stories often begin with real observations. Early humans would attempt to explain anything unusual they saw. If a species with advanced cognition existed before humans and occasionally crossed paths with them, the impressions left behind could form the foundation for these legends. When people think about the origins of humanity, most explanations fall into two categories. One is biological, grounded in evolution, environmental pressures, and gradual adaptation. The other is cultural, shaped by stories, myths, or beliefs passed down through generations that offer purpose, identity, and comfort. Both approaches tell meaningful stories in different ways, but when imagining the possibility that humanity might have been influenced, nudged, or observed by an earlier intelligence, another dimension appears. It sits between biology and myth, asking a question that doesn't demand belief or disbelief. The question is simple. If a species more advanced than early humans existed long before us, and if our paths crossed at some point, was their influence on us intentional, or was it the accidental result of curiosity? The idea doesn't require an elaborate origin story. It can be explored calmly, step by step, by considering how intelligent species behave and how they respond to others. In nature, no species evolves with a single purpose in mind. Evolution does not have goals. It responds to pressures that shape traits across many generations. But intelligent species are capable of acting outside those pressures. They make choices, explore, observe, and sometimes intervene for reasons that are not tied to survival. Humans do this constantly. We study animals, sometimes protect them, sometimes guide them, and sometimes affect them without meaning to. If another species reached intelligence earlier than we did, their behavior might have included similar patterns. They could observe without controlling. They could teach without planning. They could influence without designing. The idea of purpose becomes more complex when considered through the lens of interaction rather than creation. Early humans encountering a species with advanced cognition would not have needed a grand motive to be influenced. Even a few small interactions could shift behavior, alter learning patterns, or nudge evolution indirectly. But because humans interpret events through meaning, later generations might look back and assume intention where there was none. This tendency is common in human psychology. When something unusual happens, when knowledge appears quickly, or when outsiders seem more capable, humans naturally seek explanations that involve intention. To understand whether anything resembling purpose might have been involved, it helps to look at how humans behave when encountering species with less intelligence. People often act out of curiosity first. They observe animals, try to understand their behavior, and sometimes attempt communication. In some cases, humans teach animals certain behaviors, train them, or guide them in ways that benefit both species. These actions are not always driven by altruism or long-term plans. Many are driven simply by interest in seeing how another species responds. If an earlier species encountered early humans, curiosity could easily have been a primary motive. Early humans at that stage would have been significantly less cognitively developed. To a more advanced being, they might have seemed similar to how humans today view certain animals with early signs of intelligence. The earlier species might have been intrigued by humans' ability to adapt, solve problems, or mimic behavior. Interactions could emerge organically from that curiosity. In other situations, humans today protect species they find vulnerable or rare. This includes rehabilitation of injured animals, conservation efforts, and attempts to preserve habitats. These actions are not always successful or consistent, but they demonstrate that intelligent species do sometimes take interest in others with no direct benefit. If the earlier species saw early humans struggling in an environment undergoing change, they might have offered subtle assistance. This assistance could take the form of showing where food grows, guiding groups away from danger, or demonstrating basic survival strategies. None of these require a long-term plan. They require only spontaneous concern or interest. Another possibility is that early humans were simply in the path of the earlier species' movements. If the older species was migrating due to environmental changes, their interactions with humans could have been incidental. The earlier species might have been focused on its own survival. When early humans observed them, the interactions might have been interpreted as guidance. Over generations, stories could transform incidental contact into purposeful mentoring. Humans naturally seek to understand why things happen. When a more advanced species appears briefly and then disappears, Early humans would interpret the events using meaning-making frameworks that eventually become myths. Some theories suggest that humans may have inherited certain traits through indirect influence. If an earlier species introduced new tools or ways of using the environment, humans might have adopted those behaviors. Adoption of useful behaviors can look like design from a distance, but it might be simple imitation. Humans imitate constantly. Children learn by copying. Adults do the same. If imitation created long-term changes in behavior, early humans might later interpret those changes as intentional. The idea of purpose also touches on how early humans viewed the natural world. Many ancient societies believed that knowledge came from outside sources, whether spiritual, ancestral, or otherworldly. This belief could stem from early generations experiencing sudden developments they could not explain. If early humans saw someone light a fire in a way they had never seen, they might consider that individual to be a teacher. If they saw someone shape stone in a manner they couldn't replicate, they might see them as gifted. If that individual belonged to an older species with more developed motor skills, these interpretations would feel natural. As generations passed, the memory of these encounters would become stories. Stories turn into legends. Legends turn into cultural explanations. When humans try to understand their origins, these stories become part of the narrative. This doesn't mean the stories contain literal truth, but they may preserve impressions, interpretations, or patterns that hint at earlier interactions. When considering whether we were made with purpose, curiosity, or neither, it's helpful to think about what purpose would mean for a species that existed millions of years before us. Purpose in human terms involves goals, future thinking, and plans that stretch beyond immediate needs. But purpose for another species might look different. Their goals might revolve around stability. They might avoid large disruptions in the environment. They might value continuity over expansion. If early humans threatened that continuity, the older species might intervene out of self-preservation rather than mentorship. The result could appear purposeful even if the underlying motive was practical. Another angle is to consider how intelligence might evolve in stable versus unstable environments. A species that evolved intelligence during a period of environmental instability might develop planning, foresight, and adaptability. If early humans emerged during a similar unstable period, the earlier species might see reflections of its own past. This recognition could evoke a form of kinship or empathy. Their actions might resemble mentorship. The purpose behind those actions might simply be understanding or recognition. Human biology contains traits that suggest influences beyond immediate evolutionary pressures. The rapid expansion of the brain, the development of complex language structures, and the emergence of long childhoods all suggest patterns that could be accelerated by external interactions. These patterns don't require deliberate design. They could arise from the presence of a more advanced species acting as a behavioral model. Purpose doesn't need to be part of the story for influence to occur, but curiosity often plays a larger role in exploration than purpose. Humans explore space not because they need to, but because they want to. They study animals in remote areas because they're curious. They observe behaviors in ecosystems that have no direct connection to human survival. If an earlier intelligence existed on Earth, during a time when humans were still developing key traits, their curiosity might have guided their interactions. They might have tested how humans react to certain stimuli. They might have observed how humans solve problems. They might have watched how humans learn. From the perspective of early humans, these interactions could look like instruction. But from the perspective of the earlier species, they might simply be part of studying the world. If the earlier species was reaching the end of its own era, their interest in another emerging species could be a way to understand the future. Intelligence often looks outward when its own path becomes uncertain. Another possibility is that the earlier species had no intention of interacting at all. Early humans might have misinterpreted chance encounters as deliberate. When humans don't understand something, they often assign meaning. A single gesture or action could be seen as guidance. A simple observation could be seen as leadership. Over time, these interpretations turn into stories of purpose. There's also the possibility that humans were influenced by structures or systems left behind unintentionally. If the earlier species shaped the environment in specific ways, early humans might have developed habits around these patterns. Knowledge can be passed indirectly through landscape changes, abandoned paths, or leftover tools. These indirect influences might feel like inheritance. Humans might interpret them as signs of deliberate planning. When early humans began forming societies, cultural explanations filled gaps in understanding. Many cultures describe themselves as being shaped by older beings. These beings might represent ancestors, spirits, or unknown visitors. The stories often describe humanity as part of a larger cycle, guided or helped along by those who came first. These descriptions may preserve faint echoes of earlier interactions. The stories assign purpose, but the original events might not have involved any. In considering whether we were made with purpose, it's helpful to remember that purpose is often assigned after the fact. Humans look back at their own emergence and ask why it happened. But evolution does not work with answers first. It works with traits, pressures, and changes that accumulate. If earlier species influenced humans, that influence might have been a natural extension of their behavior. Curiosity, observation, caution, or shared environment could explain it. Purpose would be a human interpretation of events that had simpler origins. Still, it's possible that the earlier species saw potential in humans. When humans observe intelligent animals today, they sometimes attempt to nurture that intelligence. They build enrichment programs. They encourage problem solving. They study learning patterns. If the earlier species saw early humans beginning to use tools, form groups, or communicate, they might have seen potential. Their actions might reflect an attempt to support a species rising in complexity. The motive might be curiosity mixed with recognition. Purpose doesn't need to be grand for influence to occur. Another element to consider is timing. If the earlier species was declining during the period when humans were emerging, their sense of urgency might have shaped interactions. When species approach the end of their era, their behavior can become more cautious, reflective, or experimental. They might focus on leaving something behind. Not in a symbolic sense, but in a practical one. They might want to ensure the landscape remains balanced. They might try to support species that maintain stability. Early humans, adaptable and social, could be seen as fitting this role. Humans today often look for meaning in complexity. When confronted with a sudden appearance of knowledge, they seek explanations that involve intention. But knowledge can spread through observation without purpose. It can spread through imitation without planning. It can spread through curiosity without design. The idea of cosmic parenthood suggests deliberate creation. But parenthood can also be accidental or unplanned. In nature, many species care for young that are not their own. They adopt or protect vulnerable offspring from other groups. Their actions arise from instinct or environment rather than purpose. If the earlier species behave similarly, early humans might interpret the interactions as parental. The older species might not see it that way. Their actions could be simple reactions to what they observed. Humans give meaning to these interactions. Early humans preserved those meanings through stories. Those stories evolved into legends of guidance and teaching. Most people learn the human timeline as a chain that progresses in a straight line. One species follows another. One tool-making technique leads to the next. Art appears at a certain point, agriculture at another, and then everything gradually becomes the world we recognize. But once you look closely at the scientific details, you begin to notice that the pieces don't fit as smoothly as they're often presented. There are gaps that feel too wide, developments that happen too quickly, and transitions that seem out of order. It isn't that the scientific record is wrong. It's that the timing within the record raises questions that point toward influences we don't fully understand. A good example of this comes from the sudden spread of advanced tools. For hundreds of thousands of years, early humans and their relatives used simple cutting stones. These tools barely changed. They worked well for basic tasks and didn't require much variation. Then, within a comparatively short period, humans developed tools with far greater precision. Points, blades, scrapers, and specialized shapes began appearing, and they did so across wide geographic regions. This shift is sometimes called a technological leap because it happened faster than previous changes. But what makes it so interesting is the timing. The leap occurs at moments when population sizes were still small and isolated. That means the spread of these techniques required more communication or imitation than expected. The question that follows is where that influence came from and why it appeared so suddenly. Another puzzling detail comes from the development of symbolic behavior. Researchers identify symbolic behavior through artifacts that suggest meaning beyond survival. Things like carved figures, decorated tools, and pigment use. For a long time, the assumption was that symbolic thought developed slowly. But discoveries over the last few decades suggest that symbolic behavior appears in bursts rather than gradual growth. A small population creates something unusually sophisticated, and then similar behavior appears elsewhere far away. This pattern repeats multiple times. It suggests that something nudged different human groups towards symbolic thinking at different points, even when they were separated by long distances. The timeline of human migration adds another layer to this puzzle. Humans left Africa earlier than once believed. Some groups migrated out, disappeared, and were replaced by later groups. Others mixed with species like Neanderthals and Denisovans. These interactions influenced genetics, behavior, and survival strategies. But the pace at which humans adapted to new regions remained surprising. Humans reached environments that required dramatic changes in lifestyle, yet they adapted faster than expected. The timeline shows rapid adjustments that seem more aligned with learning than with slow genetic shift. This kind of speed suggests that early humans were either unusually observant or had models of behavior they could imitate. An especially curious part of the human origin timeline involves cognitive development. Fossils of early hominins show modest brain sizes for long periods. Then, over a few 100,000 years, brain size increases dramatically. This increase correlates with advances in toolmaking, communication, and social structure. But the timing is tight. The brain grows before humans fully utilize its abilities. This early readiness is unusual because evolution typically selects traits that offer immediate survival advantages. A trait that is only useful much later rarely develops so quickly. This suggests that early humans were in an environment where enhanced cognition offered significant potential benefits, even if those benefits weren't immediately realized. Another interpretation is that humans were reacting to influences that required more complex thinking. There is also the matter of early art. Some of the earliest known art appears unexpectedly refined. It includes patterns, engravings, and objects that show planning and intention. These pieces do not appear at the end of a long chain of increasing complexity. They appear with few predecessors. That means humans created advanced symbolic expressions without a clear build-up over thousands of years. This type of sudden appearance suggests either that humans reached a cognitive threshold abruptly, or that they were imitating something they had seen before. The latter possibility is often overlooked, but imitation is one of the strongest behaviors humans possess. It shapes how children learn, how adults adapt, and how knowledge spreads. If early humans saw markings, patterns, or behaviors from a species with advanced cognition, even in passing, those impressions could spark symbolic thought long before humans developed culture independently. The timeline also contains an interesting reality about extinction. Many hominin species existed before Homo sapiens. They developed tools, social structures, and some level of culture. But they vanished in ways that seem too coordinated to be entirely coincidental. They disappear around the same periods when Homo sapiens begin expanding. The cause is still debated. Climate changes, competition, disease, or other factors all play roles. But the fact that several species disappear while one species rapidly advances adds weight to the idea that Homo sapiens had advantages not fully explained by environment alone. Something accelerated human development at a pace unmatched by others. Fossils also show another puzzling pattern. Some skeletal features appear before the cultural behaviours associated with them. Humans develop hands well suited for intricate tool-making long before they begin producing the tools that match those abilities. Their vocal anatomy evolves before complex language emerges. Their cognitive capacity expands before symbolic systems appear. This sequence suggests that human biology was preparing for something ahead of time, but evolution does not usually prepare for future events without active pressures driving the process. The timeline becomes more coherent if we imagine humans were in contact with something that offered glimpses of advanced behaviour. Those glimpses could shift selective pressures toward traits that later allowed humans to develop complex culture. The puzzle deepens when looking at sites where different hominin species interacted. In some regions, artifacts look inconsistent with what we expect from the species that supposedly created them. A site might contain tools more advanced than the local population was known to produce. Some researchers attribute this to convergence or borrowing from other human groups. But these explanations sometimes require groups to communicate across distances they were unlikely to travel. It's possible that early humans were imitating behaviours from a species not preserved in the fossil record, especially if that species existed in small numbers or lived in regions where preservation was unlikely. There are also sudden changes in social behaviour that don't align neatly with the expected pace of evolution. Humans begin forming larger groups, dividing tasks, sharing knowledge, and cooperating in ways that appear abruptly in the archaeological record. These shifts require communication, trust, planning, and social memory. It's rare for a species to make these transitions so quickly without long periods of trial and error. Something strengthened early humans' social instincts. They began supporting extended kin groups, raising children cooperatively, and forming cultural identity. These developments typically take significant time, yet they appear in condensed bursts. The speed supports the idea that early humans may have responded to environmental cues from beings with more advanced social behavior. Another area that doesn't perfectly align is the timeline of human migration into extreme environments. Humans reached cold climates, high altitudes, and resource-scarce regions faster than expected. The adaptations needed for survival in these areas require not only physical changes but also technological and behavioral strategies. The rapid spread suggests early humans were capable of problem-solving more advanced than their ancestors. It also suggests that early humans might have copied survival strategies from another species already adapted to such environments. If the earlier species had broader environmental experience, their behavior could become a blueprint for humans to follow. Even within cultural development, the timing of agriculture stands out. Humans developed agriculture relatively recently in evolutionary terms, but the knowledge required to cultivate plants is complex. It requires understanding seasonal cycles, plant behavior, and long-term planning. What's surprising is how quickly agriculture spread across regions once it appeared. This speed suggests that humans were ready to adopt long-term planning as soon as the idea became available. It raises the question of why humans were so prepared for something that offers benefits only on generational scales. One possibility is that humans were influenced by earlier forms of environmental modification they had observed. Human origins also contain a peculiar event known as the genetic bottleneck. At one point, the human population dropped to a very small size. This event shaped the genes of modern humans. Surviving such a bottleneck usually requires strong adaptive strategies and cooperative behavior. The bottleneck aligns with periods when climate was unstable. If an earlier species had experience with severe environmental change, humans encountering them might have learned strategies for survival that helped them endure. Such influence would not be direct genetic involvement. It would be behavioral learning passed through generations that improve survival. There are other anomalies in the timeline worth noting. The pace of cultural change varies dramatically throughout human history. Early developments are slow, then suddenly accelerate. This acceleration doesn't track perfectly with population size or environmental pressure. It suggests a threshold was crossed, after which humans became capable of innovation at a rate unseen previously. This threshold might reflect internal developments, but it might also reflect the impact of adopting ideas or behaviors once observed from another species. A single influential moment can reshape development for generations. Another detail concerns the earliest evidence of long-distance trade or travel. Some materials appear in regions far from their origins much earlier than expected. Humans traveling such distances require planning, navigation, and cooperation. The sudden appearance of long-distance movements suggests that someone demonstrated these behaviors earlier. If an older species had explored regions thoroughly, early humans might follow established routes or imitate travel behaviors. The timeline becomes more intriguing when looking at the rise of storytelling. Humans began telling stories long before writing existed. These stories preserved knowledge, taught morals, and explained the world. But the earliest stories often involve themes of being guided, shaped, or influenced by beings who appeared briefly and left. These themes may reflect real encounters, interpreted through the lens of meaning-making. Humans might have encoded these memories into stories that form the foundation of culture. Over time, the original encounters might fade, but the story patterns remain. As these pieces are viewed together, the timeline looks less like a smooth progression and more like a series of boosts. Each boost appears at a point where humans develop something ahead of schedule. The pattern suggests external influences that need not involve control or deliberate planning. Influence can occur through observation, imitation, or indirect contact. The timing of these boosts aligns with transitions that shaped humanity. This makes the puzzle compelling, not because it threatens what we know, but because it encourages us to consider how many factors shape evolution. Some ideas fade quietly over time, even ideas that were once useful, powerful, or surprising to the people who first encountered them. When looking at the earliest periods of human development, there's a strange pattern in how knowledge appears, spreads, and then sometimes disappears entirely. Certain skills that seem advanced for their time appear suddenly, last for a while, and then vanish from the archaeological record as if no one remembered how to replicate them. Other skills emerge in one region, move to another, and then become lost between generations. This doesn't make humanity less intelligent than expected. It simply reflects how fragile early knowledge can be in a world without writing, permanent structures, or stable communities. But when imagining the possibility that early humans might have learned from an older species, another layer of mystery appears. If humans did receive knowledge, whether intentionally or through observation, what happened to it? And how could something valuable vanish so completely? One of the clearest examples of a lost knowledge comes from early tool-making. Some stoneworking techniques appear far before the populations that used them had the population size or infrastructure to sustain them. These techniques include precise blade production, controlled heating of stone, and geometric flake removal strategies that require planning rather than improvisation. These methods appear in the archaeological record for a period and then vanish for thousands of years before returning again. When these techniques reappear, they often show subtle differences, as if humans were rediscovering methods rather than preserving them. This creates the impression that early humans carried fragments of knowledge they couldn't fully maintain. If early humans learned from an older species, the transfer might have been partial or incomplete, leaving humans with capabilities they didn't yet have the cultural systems to preserve. In some cases, the earliest evidence for controlled fire appears in patterns that are difficult to explain using purely gradual learning. Fire requires not only the ability to create it, but also the discipline to maintain it safely. Some groups appear to have mastered these skills long before others. What's curious is that fire use seems to vanish and then reappear in certain timelines. This disappearance could reflect environmental challenges or shifts in population. but it also suggests early humans may have learned the basics quickly from observing others, then struggled to maintain the knowledge independently. Fire is an example of something that can be learned through imitation without understanding the underlying principles. If an older species used fire in clear or visible ways, early humans might have copied the behavior without having the foundational cultural stability needed to retain it. The same pattern appears in the early use of pigments. Some of the oldest pigment use suggests humans understood how to combine materials to create colour, preserve it, or apply it to surfaces. These skills require planning, experimentation, and a stable social environment. Yet the appearance of pigment use is uneven. It emerges in one location, disappears in another, and then resurfaces across distant regions. This irregular pattern hints at knowledge moving through populations without stable transmission. It's possible that early humans encountered markings or coloured materials left by an older species. They might have tried to replicate these patterns without knowing the original purpose. The knowledge could then fade if communities dispersed or lacked the structure to pass it on. Another curious case involves early navigation. Some archaeological sites contain objects or alignments that suggest humans recognize patterns in the sky earlier than expected. These alignments include consistent orientations toward celestial points or seasonal markers. Yet these practices don't always continue. They appear, vanish, return, and then vanish again. Navigation across large distances also appears earlier than predicted. Materials from distant regions show up in unexpected places long before humans developed widespread trade systems. These patterns could reflect humans experimenting with methods they witnessed briefly from a species that had already mastered environmental navigation. Without consistent access to the models they were copying, early humans might have been unable to refine or maintain the knowledge. Language also carries clues that something may have influenced humanity's early development. The complexity of human speech requires coordination of breathing, vocal cords, tongue movements, and auditory processing. The physical structures needed for speech appear in the fossil record earlier than full language itself. This suggests early humans had the biological capacity for language before they consistently used it. If early humans occasionally observed complex communication from an older species, they might have attempted to imitate the sounds or patterns. But imitation alone cannot sustain language without cultural reinforcement. An older species might have communicated in ways humans could not fully replicate, leaving early humans with fragments of patterns rather than a complete system. Over generations, these patterns could fade or transform, explaining why language emerges later in a fully functional form. The disappearance of knowledge is also evident in early architecture. Some of the earlier structures created by humans required cooperation and planning, beyond what is typically expected from small nomadic groups. These structures sometimes appear without clear evidence of gradual development. Yet similar structures do not appear consistently across regions. Instead, they emerge suddenly in certain areas, then vanish, leaving gaps that last thousands of years. These gaps raise questions about what could have sparked the initial structures. If early humans learned design principles by watching an older species modify its environment, their imitation might have been enthusiastic but short-lived. Without reliable methods of transmitting the techniques, the knowledge could dissipate as communities shifted. Another example involves early symbolic markings. Some symbols appear across continents in similar shapes and patterns. These include lines, grids, triangles, and repetitive geometric forms. The uniformity of these shapes suggests a shared source or influence. However, many of these symbols appear sporadically. They don't form consistent written languages. Instead, they appear briefly, then disappear, then reappear generations later. If humans encountered symbolic markings created by another species, the meaning might have been lost even while the patterns were copied. Humans might have repeated what they saw, not understanding the purpose. Once the original references were gone, the imitation would lose significance and eventually fade. The idea of knowledge being transferred and then lost becomes even more intriguing when looking at how early myths reference forgotten skills. Many ancient stories describe early humans knowing abilities that later humans no longer possess. Some myths describe earlier generations as being able to communicate without words, understand natural cycles intuitively, or build with techniques later generations cannot replicate. These stories may reflect nostalgia rather than fact, but they also suggest awareness that knowledge can vanish over time. If early humans were exposed to skills demonstrated by an older species, they might have attributed those abilities to their own ancestors. As the techniques faded, myths could form around the idea of losing something valuable. One of the strongest examples of lost knowledge appears in the domain of environment reading. Early humans in certain regions displayed remarkable ability to sense weather patterns, understand animal behavior, and predict natural events. These abilities are possible through careful observation, but they appear in concentrated bursts rather than gradual growth. After certain periods, this knowledge declines or shifts. If an older species understood environmental cues deeply, early humans watching them might have learned rudimentary techniques. But once the older species disappeared, the subtle aspects of these techniques would fade. The question of where the knowledge went becomes clearer when considering the fragility of early human societies. Knowledge spreads through stable communities, consistent teaching, and reliable communication structures. Early humans often lived in small mobile groups that could be disrupted by climate, migration, resource scarcity, or conflict. In such environments, even valuable skills can be lost quickly. A single generation missing a key skill can end a tradition permanently. If the knowledge originally came from a species no longer present, humans would have no way to restore it. Another factor is that knowledge requires context to remain functional. A skill learned in one environment may not apply in another. Suppose early humans learned behaviors by observing an older species in a specific climate or region. When humans moved to new regions, the context that made the knowledge useful might vanish. The techniques would lose relevance. Without practical application, the knowledge would fade. This is a common pattern in human history. Skills tied to specific ecosystems often disappear when populations migrate. Some of the lost knowledge may have been hidden in artifacts we no longer understand. Carved stones, shaped tools, and patterned markings might carry meanings that were once clear and now seem mysterious. Without written explanations, the purpose behind these objects becomes speculative. If early humans copied objects from an older species without understanding their full use, the meaning would be shallow and easily lost. Descendants might preserve the artifacts but not the knowledge behind them. The absence of written records also plays a major role. Writing appears very late in human history. Everything before writing relies on memory, repetition, and oral tradition. These methods can preserve stories or rituals, but they struggle to preserve detailed technical knowledge. Complex skills require precision. Without writing, even small variations can accumulate over generations until the original method becomes unrecognizable. If early humans briefly learned from an older species, the lack of writing would make the loss nearly inevitable. One more possibility is that knowledge transferred indirectly through environmental modification rather than direct teaching. If the older species shaped local ecosystems in ways that supported certain behaviors, humans living in those environments would adapt around these structures. When the older species disappeared, the environmental cues might no longer exist. The behaviors tied to those cues would lose relevance and fade. If early humans lost so much, what remained? And could fragments of that lost knowledge appear in subtle ways today, hidden in instincts, habits, or cultural patterns that don't fit neatly into the timeline of human development? People often imagine that if a civilization advanced earlier than humans ever did, its collapse would leave dramatic evidence scattered everywhere. Towering ruins, strange machines, impossible materials, or unmistakable structures might remain for millions of years. But when looking at how fragile most human creations are, it becomes clear that erasing an entire world is easier than it sounds. Even our largest cities, if abandoned, would disappear in a surprisingly short period. Concrete breaks down, metal rusts, wood dissolves, Glass shatters, plastics degrade under sunlight, plants and animals reclaim empty spaces faster than most people imagine. If a civilization existed long before humans reached their current stage, nature would have had vast amounts of time to remove nearly every trace of it. That raises an unsettling question. What kinds of events or conditions could cause an older civilization to vanish so thoroughly that only hints, impressions, or indirect influences remain? One possibility involves environmental instability. Earth's history is filled with periods of dramatic change. Ice ages come and go. Oceans rise and fall. Climates shift abruptly. Entire ecosystems collapse and rebuild. Geological records show that certain shifts happened quickly on geological timescales, sometimes within a few thousand years. For humans, a few thousand years is enough time to forget entire cultures. For a species living millions of years ago, an environmental shift could erase everything they built. If the older civilization depended on specific climates or ecosystems, even a gradual change could force them into decline. A collapse caused by climate doesn't need to be violent. It can begin with resource scarcity, migration, fragmentation, and eventual disappearance. The traces left behind could be buried by sediment, covered by vegetation, or destroyed by water and wind. Another potential cause is geological activity. Earth is not a static planet. Plates move, mountains rise, and oceans swallow land. If the earlier civilization existed on land masses now underwater, or subducted beneath tectonic plates, their remains would be inaccessible to us. Subduction zones recycle the crust into the mantle. Anything built on those regions would be processed back into molten rock. Under such conditions, even advanced structures would not survive long enough to become fossils. This possibility shifts attention away from the visible continents and toward the ocean floor, where vast areas remain unexplored. Large parts of Earth's past are hidden beneath kilometers of water and sediment. If the earlier civilization built along coasts, estuaries, or shallow seas, rising waters could have erased entire cities. Global catastrophes create another avenue for total disappearance. Earth has experienced asteroid impacts, volcanic supereruptions, and massive atmospheric changes. Some events nearly wiped out most species. A civilization living through such events would face enormous challenges. Even if they survived the initial impact or eruption, the long-term aftermath could disrupt agriculture, water systems, or energy sources. Ash clouds can block sunlight. Toxic gases can change air chemistry. Temperature shifts can destabilize ecosystems. If the earlier species relied on complex systems, these events could break the continuity needed for survival. The collapse wouldn't need to be immediate. It could unfold over generations as populations dwindled and infrastructure failed. Another possibility involves internal instability. A species that reached a high level of intelligence might encounter conflicts similar to or more complex than those humans experience. Competition for resources, ideological divisions, territorial disputes, or technological misuse could all contribute to decline. Their downfall might be gradual, driven by overuse of resources or inability to adapt to changing conditions. Internal collapse rarely leaves clear traces in the archaeological record. Most evidence of social organization exists in perishable materials. Unless they built structures designed to last across geological timescales, their traces would fade. Disease is another factor. A highly interconnected civilization could be vulnerable to outbreaks. A pathogen spreading through populations with high mobility or dense settlements could devastate the species. In humans, disease has shaped history repeatedly. Entire communities have disappeared due to outbreaks. If the earlier species lived in close proximity or relied on social structures similar to humans, they might have faced similar vulnerabilities. A disease that reduced their numbers significantly could break the social and cultural networks needed for maintaining knowledge, eventually pushing them toward extinction. There's also the possibility that their population size was never large. A species can reach high intelligence without becoming widespread. Many animals today demonstrate advanced cognition without large populations. If the earlier species lived in small numbers, even minor disruptions could threaten their survival. A shift in climate, loss of habitat, or reduced prey availability could reduce their population to the point where recovery becomes unlikely. Their intelligence alone would not guarantee survival. Humans only succeeded because their population grew large enough to withstand shocks. A species with low numbers might be far more vulnerable. Another angle involves specialization. If the earlier civilization evolved in a stable environment, they might have developed traits suited specifically to that environment. Specialization can lead to vulnerability. When the environment changes, specialized species struggle to adapt quickly. Humans are generalists, able to survive in a wide range of climates, but a species that evolved earlier might not share that flexibility. Their collapse could result from an inability to adapt to new conditions rather than dramatic events. When considering how their world could disappear, it helps to imagine how humans would fare if they vanished today. A few million years from now, only small traces of human existence might remain. Most of our cities would erode. Some plastics might remain in transformed forms. A few objects made of durable materials could survive, but their context would be lost. Without context, future species might misinterpret them or overlook them completely. If Earth erased nearly all traces of human civilization in a few million years, then it could easily erase traces of a civilization that existed much earlier. Another factor in total erasure is time. Human-like species emerged only recently on the geological timeline. If an older civilization existed tens of millions of years ago, sediment, erosion, volcanic activity, and biological processes would have had far more time to recycle everything they left. Fossils of most species from those periods are rare because fossilization requires specific conditions. Artifacts require even more specific conditions to survive. Metal decays, ceramics break, organic materials vanish. Without continuous preservation, environments like caves or isolated deserts, most traces would be gone. In addition to natural erasure, behavioral factors might contribute to disappearance. The earlier species might not have relied heavily on large structures. They might have valued mobility or low-impact living. If their society emphasized environmental harmony, they might have avoided constructing anything permanent. In this case, their legacy would be nearly invisible. Humans only leave strong traces because they build large, enduring structures. If the earlier species built differently or used materials that decomposed easily, their physical record would be faint. Another scenario involves controlled withdrawal. A species approaching extinction might choose to relocate, disperse, or retreat into isolated regions. Their remnants might lie in areas rarely studied or inaccessible. Mountain caves, deep forests, or uncharted parts of the ocean could hold traces of their presence. But these areas are difficult to investigate thoroughly. Much of Earth remains unexplored. If the older species left behind small clues in hidden regions, humans may never encounter them. Some theories consider that the older civilization might have reached a point where they no longer needed material structures. Their minds or communication methods might have emphasized knowledge rather than physical artifacts. This doesn't imply anything supernatural. It simply means they might have relied on materials that do not fossilize or survive long periods. Technologies based on organic materials, soft composites, or renewable components would leave little evidence. Humans tend to imagine advanced technology as indestructible, but technology can be advanced and still fragile. One more possibility involves deliberate erasure. The earlier species might have dismantled their own structures or relocated to safer regions before extinction. If they understood geological cycles, they might have predicted disasters and attempted to preserve themselves or their knowledge elsewhere. If their preservation efforts failed, their traces might disappear completely. Humans have attempted similar strategies by storing seeds, data, and knowledge in remote locations. If those locations were lost in future geological events, later species would find no evidence of them. Another factor to consider is species coexistence. If the earlier species existed alongside early humans, even briefly, they might have avoided building anything that could conflict with human activity. They might have lived in isolated territories or travelled seasonally, leaving minimal trace behind. If they were cautious or private by nature, their civilization might have been structured around concealment. A species with high intelligence might choose subtlety as a survival strategy. In such a case, collapse could occur with almost no visible record. It's also possible the older civilization experienced a slow decline rather than a sudden catastrophe. A slow decline would leave fewer dramatic traces and more subtle signs. Small populations, gradual migration, and reduced activity could lead to near invisibility. If they produced fewer artifacts or spread across wide areas, their remains would be diluted in the geological record. The combination of slow decline and natural erosion would effectively erase them. As Earth's history is considered more closely, it becomes clear that civilizations can vanish easily. Time, erosion, tectonics, climate, and biological activity all work to remove evidence. The older a civilization is, the more likely it is that its traces are gone. If humans disappeared today, even our strongest structures wouldn't last long enough to be certain indicators millions of years into the future. This brings the question back to knowledge. If the earlier species left behind knowledge, how much of it survived? How much could humans retain if the source vanished so completely? Early humans likely kept interpretations, memories, or behaviors shaped through indirect contact. These fragments would blend into culture, stories, or instincts, rather than appear as clear evidence. Their world might be gone, but pieces could linger through influence. In many discussions about human origins, people naturally drift toward wondering why our species exists at all. The question is usually framed in ways that search for a guiding purpose, a plan, or a specific outcome. But when imagining the possibility that early humans might have been influenced by a civilization that came before us, the idea of intent becomes more subtle. Instead of thinking about grand designs or dramatic goals, it becomes more reasonable to consider that any influence on humanity may have been shaped by the same kinds of motives visible in modern intelligent species: curiosity, empathy, caution, self-preservation, or even coincidence. Exploring these possibilities slowly helps separate dramatic interpretations from calmer, grounded possibilities. It also helps create space to consider that if we were shaped by anyone before us, the reasons might be simpler than expected. A starting point is to look at how humans behave with species that show early signs of intelligence. People often observe animals closely, especially those that demonstrate problem-solving, communication, or social coordination. This interest isn't driven solely by practical needs. Much of it comes from fascination, a desire to understand, and a sense of connection. Humans enjoy watching dolphins communicate, birds construct nests, or primates solve puzzles. If the earlier civilization had reached a level of cognition far ahead of early humans, they might have viewed us in a similar way. They may have recognized early intelligence not in a grand or planned sense, but as a natural curiosity. The question, why create us, could then shift to the quieter question of whether any species truly creates another, or whether species simply influence each other in ways that later generations interpret as intention. When intelligence evolves, it brings new pressures and opportunities. Intelligent species explore, experiment, and sometimes guide others unintentionally. If an older civilization observed early humans developing basic skills, their interest might have been free of expectation. They might have watched to see how humans responded to challenges, how they adapted, and how quickly they learned. Small interactions could emerge naturally in moments of overlap. These interactions wouldn't need to be framed as teaching. They could be moments of exposure, where early humans witnessed advanced behavior and attempted to imitate it. To humans, who interpret meaning in everything unfamiliar, these moments might later become stories about guidance or creation. Another point to consider is empathy. Some intelligent species exhibit empathetic behavior toward others, sometimes even between predator and prey. Humans have examples of adopting orphaned animals, rescuing injured creatures, or forming relationships with species that cannot reciprocate in complex ways. These actions often arise from emotional responses rather than purpose. If the earlier civilization possessed emotional depth, empathy toward early humans might have shaped interactions. They could have offered assistance during difficult periods, or protected small groups from threats. Such actions wouldn't require elaborate motives. They could be spontaneous responses to seeing a vulnerable species struggling to survive. Over time, humans might interpret these moments as signs of deeper purpose. It's also possible that the earlier civilization acted out of caution. When humans encounter emerging species with growing intelligence, they sometimes intervene to prevent disruption. This can be seen in conservation efforts, controlled habitats, or programs intended to manage species interaction. The older civilization might have acted similarly if early humans were expanding in unpredictable ways. Their interactions could have been attempts to reduce risks, stabilize environments, or prevent ecological damage. These efforts wouldn't be about creating humans, but about managing potential outcomes. To early humans witnessing subtle interventions, the actions could appear as guidance. Another perspective involves the possibility that the earlier civilization was nearing the end of its own era. A species facing decline may reflect on its place in the world. As its population shrinks, it might interact with other species more frequently, not because of long-term plans, but because of shifting priorities. A species approaching extinction may no longer focus on expansion. Instead, it might value stability, connection, or observation. If early humans were nearby, interactions could emerge naturally from these changes. To humans, those interactions might feel intentional even if they were not. A common theme in human storytelling is the belief that knowledge must come from a source. When early humans experienced sudden leaps in understanding, they often attributed those leaps to external influences. This tendency continues today. When something appears without a clear explanation, humans fill the gap with meaning. If early humans adopted behaviors from observing the earlier civilization, they might assume the older species meant to teach them. Over generations, this interpretation becomes myth. But the original interactions could have been simple acts of daily life, witnessed by early humans who didn't yet understand the context. The idea of being created for a purpose becomes less rigid when thinking about how influence spreads. Species influence each other through shared environments, competition, cooperation, and observation. Bees influence the evolution of flowers. Predators influence the behavior of prey. Humans influence animals through urbanization, agriculture, and exploration. In none of these cases is the influence purposeful. It happens because species sharing a world shape each other. If the earlier civilization interacted with early humans, their influence might have shaped our development without deliberate intention. Humans later interpreting that influence might frame it as creation. Another possibility is that the older species saw potential in humans. When humans observe intelligent animals, they sometimes attempt to support or encourage their development. Examples include providing tools to primates, offering puzzles to crows, or creating protected environments for dolphins. These actions are not driven by the desire to create a new species, but by interest in seeing how intelligence grows. If the earlier civilization saw potential in human cognition, they might have encouraged certain behaviors or offered subtle demonstrations. Their actions could resemble mentorship without strict purpose. Humans viewing these interactions later might frame them as creation simply because the influence shaped development. There's also the idea that early humans may have been shaped indirectly. If the older civilization modified environments, resources, or landscapes, early humans living in those environments would adapt to the conditions. Adaptation shaped by the older species could resemble intentional design. Humans might assume they were created with purpose when, in reality, they evolved within a world molded by earlier hands. Purpose becomes a reflection of interpretation rather than a literal plan. Some theories consider that the older civilization might have had cultural or philosophical reasons for interaction. They may have believed in observing other species as part of their worldview. They might have seen emerging intelligence as part of a larger pattern and felt compelled to support it. These motivations wouldn't need to be tied to creation. They could be related to values, curiosity, or cultural norms. Early humans witnessing such behavior would remember it as guidance. Over time, that memory would gain significance. In many ancient myths, humans describe themselves as being shaped, watched, or guided by beings who appear briefly. These beings are often described as neither gods nor ordinary individuals. They're presented as knowledgeable, calm, and different. The consistency of these stories across cultures suggests a shared interpretation of early experiences. If early humans encountered an older species with these traits, their impressions would match the descriptions found in myths. Humans would later interpret these encounters through the lens of purpose, because human cognition naturally seeks meaning. Another angle involves misunderstanding. Early humans may have misinterpreted interactions that were not intended to teach. If the older species performed actions unrelated to humans but visible to them, humans might copy or attach meaning to those actions. This pattern is visible in modern examples. Animals often imitate human behavior without understanding the purpose. If early humans did the same, they might assume the older species intended to instruct them. This misunderstanding could evolve into beliefs about creation. The idea of cosmic intent becomes more grounded when seen as an interpretation rather than an inherent truth. Humans interpret experiences through narrative frameworks. When something meaningful happens, they assign purpose. This isn't a flaw, it's a core feature of human cognition. If early humans witnessed behavior they couldn't explain, they would naturally assume intention. Their descendants would develop stories around that intention. Over time, those stories become cultural explanations for human origins. There's also the possibility that the older civilization saw humanity as part of a longer cycle. They might have recognized repeating patterns in evolution. Intelligence can arise multiple times under certain conditions. If the older species had seen these cycles before, they might have had a cultural understanding of how intelligence develops. Their interactions with early humans could reflect acceptance of this process. They might have supported or monitored humans because they believed in fostering continuity. Their actions would then have purpose from their perspective, but that purpose might not match human interpretations. Another consideration involves the emotional needs of the older species. A species nearing extinction or decline might seek connection with others. They might find comfort in influencing a younger species, not as a plan, but as a way to cope with their own diminishing presence. Humans sometimes mentor or guide others when facing uncertainty in their own lives. The older civilization might have behaved similarly. Early humans receiving this attention might interpret it as deliberate creation. A more practical possibility is that the older species needed cooperation from early humans. They might have shared territories, resources, or environmental challenges. Their interactions with humans could be based on mutual benefit. Humans receiving assistance might interpret cooperation as intention. Over time, the memory of mutual need could become a story of creation. When asking why create us, it becomes clear that the question may not have a single answer. Influence does not require purpose. Guidance does not require design. Encouragement does not require a plan. The older civilization, if it existed, may have interacted with early humans for reasons that were ordinary to them and extraordinary to us. There is a moment at the end of a long exploration where the path becomes quieter, not because the story has ended, but because the pace shifts into something slower and more reflective. The ideas we've moved through linger in a steady way, as if each one has settled into place without needing to compete for attention. This is where the space opens to consider how everything might still be unfolding inside you, even while the narration continues with its calm and steady motion. The thought of an older civilization, one that lived long before humans shaped the world, carries a particular weight when you imagine yourself existing in the same long chain of influence. That weight isn't heavy. It's something more stable, a steady presence that suggests connections across time rather than separation. When you think about how life expands across generations, you can follow its movements the same way you follow quiet waves spreading across a lake. A detail appears, another follows, then something else enters the picture. Eventually the patterns become familiar. Human development works in this same steady way. Ideas shift from one generation to the next. Small habits turn into traditions. Behaviors become instincts. None of it requires a dramatic beginning. Human nature itself shows how easily influence can carry forward even when the original source has disappeared. As the idea settles that an earlier civilization might have lived millions of years ago, there is space to recognize that influence does not always make itself visible. Many things shape human behavior without ever leaving a single artifact behind. A species might shift the course of another simply by existing near it. Early humans may have observed things they didn't fully understand and carried fragments of those impressions inside themselves long after the older species disappeared. These fragments, carried quietly, would require no direct teaching. They would simply become part of how early humans made decisions, solved problems, or responded to the environment. Thinking about influence in this way helps connect everything that came before in the narration. Human development contains many moments that appear out of place in the timeline. Some abilities arrive early, some appear suddenly, others fade and return. It becomes easier to see how a younger species might carry echoes of something older, not as a deliberate design, but as the result of passing encounters, shared landscapes, or moments of recognition from afar. If the older civilization moved through the world with care, their presence might have shaped the environment without leaving a direct trace. That indirect influence could settle naturally into the behavior of early humans who are still learning how to interpret the world around them. Influence does not always reshape a species quickly. Sometimes it works across long stretches of time. Even small interactions can create lasting effects when repeated across generations. A gesture observed once becomes a behavior copied twice, then becomes a habit across a wider group. Over time, it settles into a recognizable pattern that persists long after the original gesture is forgotten. Humanity has many traits that fit this kind of slow-building pattern: cooperative behavior, early tool-making, symbolic actions, navigation. These traits might have grown in response to natural pressures, or they might have grown through exposure to something older moving through the same environment. The idea of carrying echoes from an earlier species is not meant to replace scientific explanations. It simply fits alongside them, offering a different perspective on how knowledge and behavior shift across long spans of time. When early humans watched the world, they didn't always understand it fully. But observing something advanced or unfamiliar could create impressions that shaped how they responded to challenges. That influence would settle into the human mind quietly, blending with natural instincts and evolving into new forms as each generation repeated what felt useful. There is another layer to this idea, one that connects directly to each listener. Human beings today still hold instincts, perceptions, and tendencies that formed long before written history. Some of these responses don't have clear origins. They feel familiar and natural, but their roots reach into times when humans were still developing their earliest cultures. These instincts might reflect practical learning, or they might reflect memories carried across generations, shaped by interactions with beings who lived differently. The traces of those interactions would not appear as clear images or direct memories. They would appear as habits, feelings, or moments of recognition that arise without explanation. Even now, certain patterns in human behavior show signs of deeper origins. People often feel drawn to certain landscapes without knowing why. They respond to silence in similar ways. They seek direction, community, or stability, even when they're alone. These instincts may come from early human challenges, but they also may come from a more complex past, one that includes faint traces of beings who watched us grow from simple tool users into something more aware. If those beings existed, humanity might carry small reflections of their presence within traits that feel instinctive today. When considering how influence travels across time, it helps to think about the way stories shift. Storytelling is one of humanity's earliest abilities, long predating cities or writing. Stories allowed early humans to preserve memories, pass down warnings, and share interpretations of the world. But stories also adapt. They change shape as they move from one person to another. A small observation can grow into symbol, and that symbol can become part of cultural identity. If early humans experienced moments of contact with an older species, those moments could become the roots of myths, beliefs, and traditions that eventually spread across continents. Even today, many stories share similar structures despite forming in isolated cultures. They mention beings who arrived briefly, shaped knowledge, guided in practical ways, or departed without explanation. These stories might not record literal events, but they could reflect early attempts to understand interactions that were difficult to interpret. Over time, the original details faded, but the feeling of being shaped by something older continued. That feeling might still echo through the modern world in subtle ways, carried inside cultural memory even when the details are long forgotten. Cultural patterns often outlast the reasons that formed them. Rituals, behaviors, or symbols can persist across generations, even when no one remembers why they began. These patterns might contain echoes of the earliest experiences humans had with an older species. They would not point clearly to the source, but they could reflect the shape of influence carried forward. This kind of interpretation does not depend on evidence. It simply opens a space where the idea becomes one of continuity rather than interruption. When the thought arises that listeners themselves might carry echoes of something older, it doesn't imply anything dramatic. It suggests a possibility that intelligence does not develop in isolation. Every species is shaped by what came before it. Every behavior has roots in older environments. Every instinct carries remnants of earlier pressures. And if a civilization older than humans moved through the same world, its interactions might be reflected in subtle ways even now. These reflections could appear in the way people respond to unfamiliar ideas, the way they shape communities, the way they navigate challenges, or the way they imagine futures beyond their own lifetimes. Human cognition supports long-range thinking. This ability might have been encouraged by the presence of beings who thought far ahead. Humans often think about distant futures, long-term plans, and potential paths for generations yet to come. This capacity is unusual among animals. It could reflect natural development, or it could reflect influence from a species that lived with long-term patterns already understood. If early humans saw beings acting with deliberate foresight, they might have attempted to copy those behaviors even without understanding their purpose. Over many generations, this tendency would strengthen and eventually become part of human nature. Social behavior might hold other echoes. Humans adapt their actions based on observation, cooperation, and shared knowledge. If the older civilization worked in coordinated groups, early humans observing them could have adopted similar strategies. These strategies would then grow through generations, becoming ingrained as human social instincts. Today, humanity's ability to work together remains one of its defining traits. This trait might carry hints, shaped over long stretches of time, of a more experienced species that once lived alongside us in distant ages. As you continue listening, there may be moments when certain ideas feel familiar even if they are new. That familiarity might come from instinctive recognition of patterns that humanity has carried quietly for thousands or millions of years. This recognition doesn't require direct memory. It emerges as a feeling of connection to something older, something steady, something that shaped humanity gently before disappearing from the world. Thinking about yourself within this timeline creates a different kind of reflection. The idea that you could carry echoes of something older is not meant to be dramatic. It simply acknowledges that every person alive today is part of a long chain of influence. You're built from memories you never experienced directly. You carry instincts shaped by pressures you've never seen. You walk with habits inherited from ancestors across vast stretches of time. If influence from an older civilization played even a small role in early human development, its traces would travel through countless generations before reaching you. Those traces would not be obvious. They would not appear as images or clear memories. They would quietly blend with everything else humans carry: problem-solving abilities, responses to landscape, social instincts, curiosity about the unknown, and the capacity to imagine possibilities far beyond present experience. These abilities define humanity now. If any part of them carries a faint imprint of something older, that imprint would exist in the background of your daily life rather than the foreground. As you continue breathing, listening, and letting the narration drift, the idea becomes simpler rather than heavier. The older civilization, if it existed, would not have shaped humans through intention alone. It would have shaped humans through proximity, shared environments, overlapping needs, and moments of brief observation. Those moments could carry forward as tendencies, curiosities, and quiet impulses that continue to guide human thinking today. These influences would travel not as grand instructions, but as small pieces of inheritance woven into the structure of humanity. And wherever you're listening from right now, whether lying down, sitting somewhere familiar, or moving through a place that feels steady to you, you might feel the presence of those long threads joining distant ages. The connection is not dramatic. It is simply part of existing as a species shaped by countless forces, some understood, some forgotten, some invisible. You might carry instincts that formed when early humans observed something they couldn't interpret fully. You might use abilities that echo techniques developed by a species that disappeared long before your ancestors built the first communities. You might think about the world in ways that subtly mirror patterns passed down indirectly through generations of trial, observation, and repetition.